Hello and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. I'm Luce, and if you're wondering why I'm outside, it is for no other reason than to show off the mount I am currently on. And because I'm feeling pretty smug about having beat the Baldesion Arsenal. If you're asking about how hard it is, it does advertise itself as obscenely hard, but honestly, it's really not. Well, mechanically, it's not actually that rough. It's just that your team has to be coordinated for it, and so most people have to usually join a Discord server or something like that to follow it. Either that or you have to get really lucky and be around when the Discord server is farming. But yeah, in general, I'm going to be going through here. Yeah, the Rising event, for those who don't play this game, it's basically an anniversary of when the 1.0 was shut down and the 2.0, the Realm Reborn, was restored. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. Look in the past, we take souls in the in looking to the past, we take solace in the present and think of what the future may hold. This is the very essence of the Rising. This year, we have prepared a fireworks celebration to be sure to thrill everyone with the attendance. The Rising is a period of remembrance that commemorates those lives that were lost during the great tragedy that was the Calamity. We also pay tribute to the unsung heroes who risked life and limb that others might know a brighter future. So the streets are decorated with somber trappings, the night skies are filled with vibrant fireworks. The solemn atmosphere and bright lights above may spur others to reflect on the doom portended by Dalaman. By doing so, they might give thanks to the present and muster hope for a brighter tomorrow. Lest you wonder, the observances are being held in Limsa, if you wish to participate. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. For some reason, I keep thinking it's here. I do love the, reprise. This is actually the very song that the reprise of Answers. This is actually the very song that played as the Dalaman fell down. I believe these events here are always at the Aft Castle, so let's go there. I admit, during Realm Reborn and even Heaven's Ward, quite a bit of me started wondering, I wonder what kind of story was planned originally. After all, like, Dalaman having Bahamut was always planned, but they were clearly going to have one of those go to space expansions like what EverQuest had. Man, remember EverQuest? But it wasn't planned to be immediate. But after around Stormblood, they were open enough with the details that honestly, they probably didn't have that many large-scale plans at the time. Like they clearly, the people without Shadow, which later became known as the Ascians, though they were planned to be something relevant, but exactly the details on them were not any more clear than they were when Realm Reborn dropped. And obviously, they didn't decide entirely what they wanted to do with the Ascians until Shadowbringers. And that caused a few weird things, like La Habrea no longer making sense until later, but gave me a lot to think about, that's for sure. But yeah. It would obviously have been a completely different direction the story ended up going, but whether or not it's better or worse, I don't think that's any... Oh, right, these are all decorations for the event, and the events of the decorations are just here for vision. But hey, ninja! Now it's very appropriate for me to be hidden, right? I'm a ninja disguised as a pillar. Hello. Oh, Moogle's here. Hello, welcome. I'm just messing around a bit before getting started, but I guess I should probably start here. Alright, let's see here. Rising to the call, the wandering minstrel seeks the adventurer both willing and able to help put the finishing touches on the year's rising celebrations. Ah, of all the coincidences, you'll hardly believe it, but I saw this very moment reminiscing of the time you lent me strength in a 12-month past. You see, I again find myself in pressing need of an adventurer's aid, just as I did last Rising. Oh, if only Koda were here, I thought to myself, and here you are. Her. Dang, good thing you can see me even though I'm invisible right now. What do you say? Shall we clasp arms once more? I see no reason not to. Many thanks. The matter is this. I have been approached by a lady named Ayoyo who wishes to implement her own inimitable mark upon the skies above Limsa. I speak, of course, of fireworks that will illuminate the rising nights. Learning my contribution to last year's activities, she's enlisted me to her cause. We already had the ear of the organizing committee. However, Lady Ayoyo has expressed strong desire to consult a storied adventure before finalizing a proposal. Come to the Yellow Jackets guardhouse, the base, and I shall introduce you. Oof. This Cripple Lurker outfit doesn't look half bad on Ninja. I might keep it just because I don't have a scouting outfit. Then again, maybe it fits Viper more than it does Ninja. The Marauders Guild. Here we are. Ah. Yeah, the Twin Axe is the Marauders, the base for before you get Warrior, but I guess since I'm here I could bring this up, since it's easy to miss. The Twin Muskets. The Musketeer Guild. It was hinted at in the 1.0 as a base class back when they were still back when they still cared about those. They were planning to make it during the 1.0, but that didn't end up happening. Fortunate. Is this even still? Is this one? Yeah, warriors are here, gunners here. Yeah, it was basically a number of ways they wanted to handle the base class. Actually, when Machinist first dropped, it was much more of a gunner itself than the Machinist name. It was more like, if you're familiar with Final Fantasy Tactics, it's more like a Mustadio type of Machinist, where it focuses on gunplay and stuff like that. But as the expansions went by and they reworked it a little, they started focusing more on gadgets and stuff to be more like Edgar from Final Fantasy VI. So that was kind of neat. It's seeing the evolution there. Oh, I was in the right spot down there the whole time. Whoops. Oh well. Nice thing about ninjas, they get inherently faster movement speed. Good for chasing foes down, which works well since the ninja, in terms of a team fight, specializes in debuffing enemies so that the party can deal better damage to them. Later, Yo-Yo, one storied adventure as promised. Oh, carbon clearings, wow. Actually, I think that might have been from the last Moogle event, but if so, I must have missed it. Blessing the 12 be upon you. Name's Yo-Yo, Cannoneer First Class the Yellow Jackets. It's an honor to have you on board. Did I mention the Yellow Jackets who are the ones in charge of this year's activities? Not only decorating these fair Lominson streets, but in designing and constructing the fireworks to brighten the skies above. Lady Yo-Yo here is quite the savant in all matters incendiary and explosive, and so it's fallen to her to formulate a plan for the display's crowning glory. I guess that makes sense. Oh man, the other lads and lassies of the cannoneers whipped up a load of lug-related old drakes, snakes, and devils to the Moonfire Fair, but more of the same going to get cut for the rising. Ain't gonna cut it for the rising, Because it's all about remembering those lost the calamity, right? Them theirs deserve something might specialer than a bunch of old bangers. An admirable sentiment, I'm sure. It would do not for our ode to such poignant memories to be aught less than memorable. Let us make this year's rising one the citizens of the fair realm will not soon forget. Took the words right out of my mouth today already. Dang as I haven't hardly set foot outside of Linson all me days, I don't reckon I best place to know what's going on in the minds of citizens of this fair realm. And so you would pick an adventurer's brains, one who has journeyed far and wide across this land we love, and knows it and its people intimately. Yet before we call upon your particular wisdom, mayhap it would behoove us to seek out a wider range of opinions. Many and more look to the skies come rising night, and the thoughts that run through our minds are no doubt diverse. Let us learn them. Sounds like a plan. Mind if I join you, dearie? We could use some learning of these thoughts myself. Yeah, that sounds good. Sounds like an escort mission. Not too bad, I guess. Alright then, where's best start asking around? Some place lots of outsiders gather, reckon? Ooh, meet me in Etherite Plaza, down the lower decks. While you two are engaged, allow me to continue our discussions with the organizing committee. I shall await you by the aft castle. Limsa is one of the more popular places that people put their base Etherite, just because the, I shouldn't be looking at glams too much while on stream. It's not a huge deal if I do, just... Not sure I'm a big fan of the Crypt Lurker knives, but I guess that's an easy problem to fix. Oh. Yeah, the reason most like to have their base here in Limsa, even if they didn't start in Limsa, is because of this. The market board, the shops, all that is basically right next to the starting Aetheryte. So basically just warp in, you don't have to go somewhere else. With Ul'dah and Gridania, you have to warp to another whole area. Although granted, Uldah's not too bad now that they've added a teleport stone that takes you directly there. And I remember the days when that didn't exist yet. You basically had to just teleport to the Adventurers Guild, zone into the next area, and only then were you finally at the shops and market boards and all that. But they added it around Shadowbringers, I think it was. But that does mean a good few expansions where it wasn't there. See them down at Alker's Alley, did he? Decorations of the festival they are. Every year when the streets are all decked down the horizon. For the horizon, my heart fills with, well, some kinds of feelings. Sorrow, pride, regret. But enough about that. We came here to find what other folks feel about it. Let's split up, head down the alley, ask a few likely-looking customers each. We're on a schedule here, so don't go asking every soul you see. 4 or 5 should do you. And I'll meet you down the ferry docks when you're done. I don't mind when it's just talk stuff for one of the event stuff. Like, even the summer one was basically just talk to a couple people to discover what's going on. And have a have some people joking around, that sort of thing, and it all worked out. But perhaps they've been relying on that for the main story a bit too much. Here. For some reason, won't let me click on him. Welcome, welcome. What may interest you in this fine day? Information. If you must know, the whizzing and banging that fills the air of the season always takes me back to just before the calamity struck. A great festival was held to celebrate the reformation of the grand companies. People in the streets were hooting, hollering, and setting off fire sprouts, and all the ships at bay, now bedecked with maelstrom colors that loose their cannons. It seems so foolish now, knowing what was soon to befall us, but all that noise served a purpose nonetheless, drowning out the fear that ever whispered in our ears. My firm belief the rising fireworks serve the same purpose now. They present a vision of loveliness, togetherness, and we might forget our fears and give hope to a brighter future. Aesthetics, my dear boy, that's what we need. A true dash of beauty to drive the shadows from our hearts and give way to the future. Pretty good. The streets are full of life, and the sky's full of fire. Westerly winds fill in our seafarers' sails, as it does our arts. I couldn't have picked a better time to come home. You're a sailor too, are you? Adventure, actually. And what did the fireworks say? Good on you, lad. I have a few memories of back then, if you have any ear to them. That's precisely why I'm here, actually. A merchant seaman, you see. Always sailing hither and thither across the waves. It was back from our trip to Razat Han when the calamity struck. Everyone was looking for the sky, loathsome lantern that hung low on it. Like most folk, I don't remember what happened the days before or after it fell, but I'll never forget the faces. And that's what I love so much about the fireworks. You see the same faces looking up, but this time with a smile. It reminds you not only of bad times, but how we get over them. Of course, half the folk watching Dalaman back then ain't with us no more, but they'll be watching the fireworks too if I reckon they'll bring... But they'll be watching too, and I reckon they'll bring the same smile to their faces as do ours. Can you see them too, my love? Ah. Oh, you're involved with the fireworks and want to know what I think of them? Well, I was just wondering if they could be seen from far out in the offing. Do you know? I actually don't, now that I think about it. I see. The reason I ask is my husband's out there now. He meant to be back by the rising now, but seems the tide didn't turn his favor. Ah, so he's the lonely wife watching out on the rocks. He was so looking forward to the fireworks. I hope we can see them from where he is. If we can share them together, no matter how... And that we can share them together, no matter how far apart we are. That's my only request to you, that you make the finale as bright and boisterous as you can, with all those who cannot be together this rising might still share in its message. Wonder if maybe I should split the VODs between the rising story and the grinding, or maybe keep them together. Then again, I do know some like to just listen to these in the background while doing other stuff, so maybe it's not a big deal either way. Doubt too many are gonna come to my streams for exclusively event stories. Plenty of much better people who are much more skilled at voice acting for that. It's alright there, gonna do for you. Oh, you're looking for people's thoughts of rising? Ha! Fireworks? Ha! Who would have thought a great hero like you would have better things to do with your time, but I guess that's what makes you a hero, huh? Helping people out in whichever way you can. Well, it's kind of nice, just doing some regular stuff after the world saving and all that. Well, like most people, I suppose. I think of those I lost, my parents most of all. I wonder if they're watching too. Swum up from the bottom of the ethereal sea to see what all the crashing and banging is about. It's complicated, I suppose. I feel sad they're gone, but I'm happy I'm not, and grateful to battle on saving me and so many others. If they are watching, I hope they can see me as well. See that I'm doing alright for myself, they might sleep soundly another 12th month. I didn't learn this till long after he'd taken me in, but after the calamity, Baderon banded together from some old allies from his mercenary days and a few willing adventurers. They'd go around seeking people out like me who'd lost everything to put them back on their feet. I just made his job easier, drinking myself stupid and puking my guts out his gutter. Maybe I should give him a little something in the way of thanks. There are many like me who cannot be with their loved ones this rising, whether by chance or by tragedy. It's the fireworks that bring them together. So the louder and brighter they are, I say, the better. Ah, by the airship. Destination. I see plenty of others are vanishing and appearing. The ninja stands vigilant. Sorry to keep you waiting, dearie. What did you find out? Well, I got about 5 people here, and they each had some nice things to say, as well as some ideas. They pretty much all agree that it needs to be a very showy flashy display, though. Say, man, I was half expecting them to just be looking for the pretty lights, but I have the feeling it runs a lot deeper than that. The memories of the calamity still sit heavy in their hearts, but the rising fireworks go some way to lift in that way. Any ideas for a grand display? What kind of thing you reckon would help lift the spirits the most? Let's go with straightforward, grand and flashy. Aye, they'll do a job alright. Ain't a limson among us who ain't got a drop of pilot blood in their veins. Lighting up the skies and buccaneer at abandon would just be a way to put our own stamp on this here's festival. The rising ain't just about mourning those we lost. It's about remembering the struggles of those who survived and steer us to a brighter future. Aye, that's it. That's what Limson needs this rising. Ships, cannons, a departure salute, not just for the fallen, but for settling sail for unknown shores. A vision of the past, a vision of the future. Oi, bleeding armada, filling the Galarian Bay, lighting up the very heavens. Who wouldn't want to watch that? Let's settle then. Minstrel's gonna love it. He said he'd be up by the aft castle, right? I'll see you there. It feels nice doing something as straightforward as simply making sure the festival goes well. Oops. That was a very short teleport. Oopsie. Feels like I've been playing a lot lately, but then again, I guess I did just resub after an expansion. Of course, there's a lot to do, including some older stuff. Like, I did do some solo runs. I think I even posted about it when I finally beat the Stormblood stuff like Neo X Death and God Kefka. Feeling pretty good about being able to solo those, that's for sure. Let's see now, 1500 way to Fire Sand, 500 yalms to the shore. Reckon we're gonna need more ships. Our intrepid adventure returns and positively bursting with inspiration, I take it. Well, actually, I see a traditional seafaring salute, not only to bring memories of fallen, but future fortune of those who follow in their wake. Most fitting proposal, I'm sure. Hi, thanks to both of you, but our work ain't done yet. There's a lot that needs sorting out before we can put this idea in action. So much to do, so little time. If you wouldn't mind help us out a little longer, dearie, I'd be further than your debt. Let me know when you got your loins good and good. She's not to be brushed off in the face of danger. Ioyo asks for continued assistance in seeing her plan of the rising unrealized. Alright, let's get started, shall we, dearie? The plans were gonna go up with the sky fleet of ships across the bay and have them fire broadside of the sky. Before we go about finding the fleet, we need to get the plan approved by the organization committee, and that means convincing Commodore Rayner. I'll take the lead, but I ain't exactly got the silverest tongue, nor much experience nobbling with the higher-ups. If you do see me struggling, put in a word, won't you? Of course, my lady, your cause is ours. Yeah, I might want to let Wandering Minstrel handle that with his maxed-out charisma stat. Thank you, my dears, to Coral Tower. This game doesn't even have a charisma stat, so I'm not confident in my own negotiation skills. I just hit things really hard until that somehow solves the problem. Although I guess it is a way that has solved many a problem. Commodore Rayner worked his way up the ranks all the way from rock bottom to tippy top. He knows the working of the thalassocracy now, so any flaws in our proposal, we'll see right through them. Sounds like we need to get those in order before we go. Let me grab a sip of my drink before I dive in then. Ah, feels good. Last I had the privilege of meeting with the Commodore was around time of the Calamity. I had been arrested for conspiracy to incite rebellion. Naturally, it was all misunderstanding. Some other Sicurious soul had been singing songs of sedition. If not for Rayner's relentless pursuit of the truth, I might still be lingering in the brig. He's a shrewd investigator who will brook no equivocation. Shall we then? Ah, so he's basically Columbo. Just one more thing. Wanting to make the Rising display special, I can fathom, but the sheer scale of this proposal is beyond anything I imagined. Ioyo, need I remind you the first duty of the Yellow Jackets is keeping the peace. Filling the bay of the ships not only disturb the daily workings of the harbor, but sure to foment agitation among the commons. And knowing this, you still wish to preserve this outlandish plan. I do, Commander. Every Lomanson odd, every Orsian odd still bears scars of the calamity. At that loss, the odd ship, that struggle, it cut deep. The Rising ain't just about looking at the past, it's looking at the future too, and if our And if it's our duty to watch over folk, keep 'em on the straight and narrow, like, I reckon it's our duty to see 'em off another year's journey as well. Well put. I accept their intentions are pure, but what of the logistics? I trust you have a plan as to who exactly will be providing and paying for this fleet of yours. Yes, Commander, we're going to be petitioning the Maelstrom for the flagship and the rest, the Black Sails. Of course, one is wont to forget those buccaneering souls remain bound to serve the Maelstrom in times of necessity. Later, Yo-Yo would have us parley with the three great pirate captains, remind them of their civic duty, it seems. Ah, that's right, the pirates answered the Admiral's call when the moon was fallen, fought and died at Cartano, same as the rest of us. When they hear about our plan to salute all those who, and those who didn't, I don't doubt they'll answer the call again. Huh. I wish you all luck in the world in recruiting those rogues to your cause, for you shall need it. Very well, then allow me to arrange the parley. Should you succeed, you may consider all my remaining doubts answered. I bid you remember that you go to speak with pirates, lawless marauders all. Pray that you say not say aught to offend them, lest we find ourselves with a mutiny in our hands. Perhaps I shouldn't be parleying with the pirates as a ninja, but that's how it goes sometimes. I shall have the Maelstrom summon the leaders to the anchor yard. Pray go there and complete your preparations. Well, whatever. We'll see how they like dealing with the ninja. We are to parley with pirates. Truly, life is but a succession of unexpected events. Cheers for sticking with me, lads. I hope we can count on your support of the next set of negotiations and all. Of course, my lady. Alas, I fear the captains, those far-famed scourge of the seas, will provide less biddable partners than Commodore Rayner did. While Rosen of the Sanguine Sirens may be swayed by emotion, Carvalian of the Kraken's Arms is much more of a mercenary mind. The executioners, meanwhile, value honor and glory above all else. If there's aught that unites them, it's the zealous spirits. Let us argue with passion, that we might inflame theirs. If it's passion you're after, I've got bleeding bucket loads. But I might need you to jump in again in case me tongue decides to tie itself at half an inch. Just say the first thing comes to your heads and I'll pick it up after. Sounds good to me. Come then, dears. Let's head over to the anchor yard and get this parlay started. Doesn't look like there's one near there, or if it is being blocked. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to run. It's not a big deal, I suppose. I just get to enjoy the Naruto run a little longer than usual now. It's a very pop culture ninja thing, but I suppose there's nothing wrong with that. This is probably quoted very often, but in Final Fantasy XI, the ninja was actually made into a tank. A dodge tank, to be more specific, since they had some fixed dodges to avoid tank busters and stuff. Their equivalent, that is. The whole concept of that is largely a more recent... Well, ones that go hard on the Trinity like this game are more recent, but... the concept existed even back then. It even existed back in EverQuest and, Sept. And Ultima Online. Aye, thanks for coming. The reason we asked you here is... Aye, Maelstrom summons laid out for us loud and clear. You want us to help you with the rising fireworks. The answer's no, when my sirens fire broadside, it's to send our enemies to the bottom of the briny, not to paint pretty pictures in the sky or drylanders to gulp at. We've better things to be doing with our time. It is a rare occurrence to be sure, but I find my opinion aligns with Roswin's. Rosswins, our time is precious, and I'm sure is yours. Let us hasten to draw these discussions to a close. I shall put it bluntly, I see no profit in this endeavor for myself and my men, unless there's anything else. Yeah. Let's go with a practical one. Why, you put the Admiral and the Yellow Jackets in your very debt. Debt of gratitude, perhaps, for providing the men and material for the pageantry entirely at our own expense. I saw no mention of the Krakens being compensated for our efforts in the material sense. Or am I mistaken? The sheer scale of the spectacle we propose would no doubt draw all the lords and ladies of the realm to gather in the city, personages of high renown and deep pockets. Oh, if they saw you work in and with the maelstrom, it'd do wonders for public image. Folks who normally wouldn't touch a pirate with a barge pole queuing up to do business with ye. I do believe you have a point, poorly phrased it may be. To win legitimate business, one must project the image of a legitimate businessman. Saw the image, and saw that anyone's too lily-livered to trade with us. They can stick their barge poles up their backsides. What's that of the sirens? Let's see, this is gonna be tricky. Well, I imagine it can work out no matter what, just be smart about it. If you don't consider the... Yeah. Corey. Not as an... I'm assuming by this one means not even as attacking them, but winning them over. Ha! You realize the days of pillage in every ship we see are gone, cried my moose. The sanguine sirens aren't about the pirate life, though, are ye? You run almhouses for the sick and injured, and those with child keep themselves busy with odd jobs such come in their way. Them's your hunters, then the folks drawn the city see the grand display, your quarry. Yeah, winning their hearts as the quarry rather than taking their objects. Aye, so we're getting with this. Get the girls to set up stalls, selling food and grog, make a killing, provided they the right permits. You're a shrewd one, you. If I could lend them in myself, I do. They do say the best way to man's heart's through his stomach. And what of the executioners? There is no dishonor in linking arms with admirable Mula when the maelstrom, surely. They did hint that this guy was probably going to be easy to convince. You, Yellowjack, I want you to tell me one thing and tell it true. This is Limsa said, the greatest poor of the realm. We could find this fleet of yours without our help. What? Yet you come begging for it. Why? Because I reckon you're the ones who probably need rising the most. The Black Sails only came together cause of Cartno. He upped anchor and sailed off. You could have upped anchor and sailed off the sunset, but no, you fought like demons on those cursed flats, made heroes of yourselves and martyrs. Why, I say it's only right those lost the most, stood to gain the least, should be the ones to fire a salute to the departed, and a salute to the departing too. The calamity changed the lives of your pirates more than anyone. If anyone should be celebrating new beginnings, it's those whose new beginnings have already begun. So for our own good, is it? I'm heading back to the Astalicia. Say the word when you're hammered out the details of the display yours. We'll see what we can do. Aye, aye, Captain. I can't rightly say no to you now, can I? We lost a good bit of people back in Contino. Let's send them all with a bloody great bang. I will join you on one condition, that you reminisce of traumas past, you do not make a shameful spectacle of yourself. Pray do not force me to restrain you. Again! I never forced you to do nothing. Keep your hands off me if you want to keep on me a randy bastard. Quite the fragile flower, isn't she? Well, I bid you adieu. My ships will not ready themselves. Sadly, the 1.0 is not something I played when it was active. I have friends who had, and ones who even streamed it then, but I was not one of them. My character's story does not extend that far. Alrighty, congratulations to both of you. It's my honor playing a supporting part, but it's your passion for the Rising which swayed them. And breathe. God, I was so nervous I could hardly speak. Thanks so much for chipping in when you did. I could have never gotten him on our side without you. Right then, time to put the finishing touches on this plan. It's gonna be wonderful, I know it. Oh, and talk about your reward. Have to get him to the minstrel. We can grab it from him. To new beginnings, lad. May the navigator ever fill your sails. You did a great service, my friend, for Lady Yo-Yo and those who love the Rising, myself included. For that shall ever be grateful. I expect she'll be some hours before the preparations are complete. Mayhap we could wait together. Sure, I see no reason not to. While we wait, would you care to hear a verse that's lately come to me? It's a song of celebration of encouragement for those who've sailed for the known shores. Pray lend me your ears. Ah, the dream, the vision, again they come to me. I ship out at sea. Am I about to do one of those fishing expeditions for fishermen? Actually, come to think about it, I don't think I've done any of those. I probably should. Greetings, Warrior of Light. This is a world that exists outside your reality. A dream, a flight of fancy by your weary mind. Perhaps, or perhaps not. Well, I suppose I have been working pretty hard lately. It is a pleasure to meet you again. As I have in the past, I have beckoned you here that I might express my gratitude. The road we have walked has been long and winding, full of perils and pitfalls, but we've enjoyed every step of in your company. I hope that you feel the same about this last great leap. With every adventure we undertake, the longer the legacy we leave behind us, yet a lengthy history need not mean a foreshortened future. Many adventures yet await. We shall continue to chart a course into the great unknown, one that takes in all the diverse wonders the world has to offer, that your legacy may grow even greater. To be certain, it would be a less trying task to sleepwalk everward down the same well-furrowed path, yet to venture down paths untrodden, believing the bright and glorious future that lies beyond them is by far the more rewarding. This is the gift we wish to deliver unto you, the gift of adventure. Well, I did finally get over my nervousness and play some stuff like Baldessian Arsenal, as well as step again into Savage Raiding, even if it was through Party Finder, and thus, it didn't end particularly well. But that's part of the fun. When you go in a Prague group, you expect to die a lot. It's the gift we wish to deliver, the gift of adventure. And we pray with all our hearts that continue to walk it with us. Thank you for joining us in this journey, heretofore and hereafter. Now, the time's come for this vision to end. Time for your eyes to open from this waking dream. One cannot know what fills the hearts and minds of those who look at the sky on this rising night. Perhaps you and I will see very different images than those explosions of light and color. But one thing I know for certain, that right here, right now, We look to the same sky. And though the paths that lay ahead may lead in very different directions, sometime, someplace, they shall cross again. It is almost time for the display to begin. The consummation of not only our labors, but the thoughts and prayers of the people in this fair city, a salute for the departed and those who sail into unknown waters. Many adventures yet await you, my friend. May the navigator's breath ever fill your sails. From eastern sea to eastern sky, the sacred sun ascends. The sacred sun ascends. The voices stir of wind, of waves, of ropes, of sails, of friends. Who like the golden light of dawn, the streams across the sea, set sunlit sail for foreign lands. May fortune follow thee. Hello and welcome to her journey done, so sinks the sun below the western waves, and memories stir of friends of yore asleep in watery graves. Let not our voices raised in song disturb your endless sleep, but join us in our chorus, and you dream among the deep. An excerpt from the ancient mariner's song, a prayer for safe return of those who sail over the far horizon, for the peace of those who sleep beneath the same eternal waves. It concludes the wish, the voices of those whose spirits are stirred in anticipation of the new adventure reach the ears of those whose adventures ended too soon, and they might be united in one, a fitting sentiment for the rising, I think. And so I offer you my own heartfelt wish, that even should your adventures carry you beyond the far-flung horizon of the wide world, we should meet once more in 12th this month time and look up at the same sky together. Hard to believe it's been over a decade of the realm reborn already. We've unlocked the toy chest and room play minigames. Additionally, sondages may be seen. Frequent. Do the same and may be greeted with an unexpected count. Anchor yard. For 11's sake. Not 12, huh? Oh, right. Brushed up Kryl. He's not to be brushed off in the face of danger. Let me take a look at it here. Oh, right. Again, I was doing some solos. This one's from Alexander. Faustle. The Illuminati reportedly designed this minute automation for the purposes of testing the effectiveness of the newest weapons, perhaps being used as target practice, filled it with a need to lash out against imagined enemies. Only a massive mammoth after all. Oh, blue coat cat. The handsome breed of cat prized for its beautiful bluish-gray coat. Though some believe it hails from northern Alanard, its origin is still subject to dispute. In recent years, a breeding program at the Studium has led to the blue coat being seen in those lands as high as a Charlian. This is from the Hunt. Why is the laboratory overrun with felines? Does stress finally break you? Right, it's a crossover, so it should be over here? No, that's something else. That's something else entirely. Here we are. Brushed up Kryl. Ah, Kryl with her hood down. On the occasion of the anniversary of Eorzea's rebirth, the Adventurers Guild commissioned a new mammoth designing Kryl's likeness. With the hood of her pictomancer's attire drawn back to reveal her precious earring. She exudes a spirit of adventure and discovery. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof. Oh, so I can... Soft westerly wind blows. You hear footsteps. You turn and see... Ah, I can see different people. An explorer and his baby Opopo. This is someone I absolutely wish to see. I knew it was you. I could tell it from your bearing. Forgive me. It gladdens me that our paths should cross again, of course, and yet I find myself somewhat a loss for words. Are you well? What brings you here? I was helping at a festival, actually. Is that so? I should have known it. It's very much like you to help people fulfill their dreams, to bring life and light to the world. I always liked festivals, as did my brethren, though the celebrations have taken diverse forms over the years. It brought smiles to the faces of all of our children, and in turn to us. Though it was our custom, nay our duty, to watch over from the phantom realm, one among us was drawn to the music and merrymaking that he adopted mortal form, that he might join you in your revelry. And every festival has imbued the hopes and dreams of mortal men. You implore the gods to listen to your pleas, and they hear you. They still do. Till next our paths should cross. Ook ook ook. The acting captain, the bloody executioners. We're gonna see everyone, don't worry. Saccad, if this is my old mate Coda, I heard you had a hand in the fireworks, but I thought you'd be long gone by now. I'm glad you stuck around though, it gives me a chance to thank you. We're getting the executioners involved, can't say you didn't run us ragged, getting the whole fleet loaded up with 10 tons of fire sand and ready to sail at a moment's notice, but it was worth it in the end. Aye, nothing a pirate enjoys more than a bit of the old pyrotechnics, the perfect send-off to shipmates past and present. Even got me in the guts, so it did. Most risings I spent at the bottom of a flagon, thinking of those we lost in salt my grog, but this salute's only gone and put the wind in my sails. I'm up and anchor tomorrow in search of an island sanctuary of my own, somewhere to bury me booty. Wish me luck, and may let me his breath ever blow at your back. It's nice we were able to save him without having to fight him. Your footsteps approaching, you turn and see the Admiral. Isn't that impressive? Oh yeah. Unfortunate news, but the voice actor for Admiral Melub, the Japanese voice actor, passed away a while ago. There are also played people like Castor from Fate Stay Night, so I won't go over all of it, but you get the idea. Unfortunate, but Coda, this is a coincidence. Rainer was just telling me the role you played in putting the display together. I'm sure all those who gathered my city witnessed it were as moved as I. A salute to all those who set sail for new adventures. I shall surely resound in their hearts and give them the strength and courage in the year to come. That's the hope. And a salute to the fallen too, was it not? Many and more lost their lives in the fields of Cotonou, the men and women of the Black Sails chief among them. I thank you for giving those who survived this chance to put their grief to more productive ends. I thank you for giving the celebrations an unmistakable touch of salt, too. This year's rising was not merely one in Limsa, but of her. I look forward to seeing how the future host cities follow our example. But for now, let us focus on the present. I'm sure I've kept you from your business far too long already, and I must return to mine. I must offer my prayer to Lemian and be on my way. Fare you well, Coda. Wish you safe voyages in the year to come. May the navigator's breath ever feel your sails. See, someone's already interested in the cryo. Without a hood? Head chef of the Bismarck. Ooh. Well, I come to feel Lelemin's breath on my face, only to find the faithless whisper in the ear of another. How you been keeping, Koda? I hear we've got you to thank for the rising display. Yo-Yo has been singing your praises from the fisherman's bottom of the coral tower. Why, surprised you did I know her? Lim's a small place, lad. Our day goes by, I don't see a yellow jacket or several in the Bismarck. Whether it's to sup on the finest food and wine on this side of the sea, or to clap the irons on those, tap the casks a touch too thirstily. So a drunk's basically, arrested drunk, basically. Suppose an adventurer like you might have noticed, always coming and going as you are, but stick in the city for a while and you'll see the jackets ain't just axes for hire, they're true friends of the common folk. Yo-Yo was a retainer before the calamity struck, you know. Our master had a thing for fireworks. Every time they came back from their wanderings, they'd load up on underwetter sprouts and spinners they picked up from God's knows where. Day and night, you'd stare in the market, Ward beaming that sunny smile of hers at every passerby, trying her damnedest to flog the stuff. Enjoyed the work, I'd reckon, but then Dalman full, she lost her master. Literally lost him. Way she tells it, it were as if the calamity burned a hole in her memory, as though she fell straight through. They fell straight through. Couldn't remember their face, nor their name. But she never forgot the fireworks. Amount of gunpowder that went through her hands over the years. She couldn't help but learn about making things go bang. An apprenticeship with the cannoneers later, and she was a yellow jacket. So when I heard they're the ones who'd been put in charge of the Rising display, I knew she'd be the first to volunteer. The Rising and fireworks, they mean a lot to her. But as a friend, they mean a lot to me, so thank you. Oh, that's really neat. Guess I could also let him know what's going on. The Bismarck is also the doubles as not just a restaurant, but as the Culinarians Guild. And Culinarian is usually the one I use for the crafting job quests. And for, well, they used to be called tribal, but now they're societies. They used to be called that because they were basically exclusively beast tribes that were just setting up their own society of sorts. But now they've expanded it to basically be any group, any particular isolated group you need to farm reputation with. I mean, Shadowbringers, for example, you were with a group of dwarves, and dwarves are Lalafell's playable characters, so I guess they felt it might be better to change the name to something a bit more broad. Alright, let's see what the last one is. The proprietor of the Drowning Wench. Hey, but me old pal Coda here to beg the old bird for guidance too, are you? Suppose that you had a hand in this year's fireworks. Not a bad job you made of them neither. Ah, you met down Hawker's Alley, eh? I sent her to pick up some stock for the wench, but you know what she brought me back? Only a bottle of bleeding Bacchus. Paid for her own pocket, she did. Thank me for saving her life. I don't know why she's all hung up about it. Girls paid me back 100 times over with all their hard work over the years. Felt bad accepting it, like, but, well, a bottle of Bacchus, a bottle of Bacchus. Reckon it's you we should be thanking anyway for that marvelous display. All the ships in the harbor, the fire in the sky, brought back tons of memories, some good, some bad, but every one of them well worth remembering. And we ain't done making them yet. You'll be off on the next adventure soon enough, I wager. Well, you can't rightfully be riding out on an empty stomach now, can you? Come up with the wench and we'll fill your belly. And that's everyone, I guess. Oh, Wandering Minstrel's still here. Many more have come from far afield to enjoy the festive atmosphere limits of this rising. Now that your work is done, be sure to bask in it yourself. Well, time to head back. Oh, I guess it's displaying the levels here anyways. As you can see, I actually have Monk is now my only job that's below level 80, which feels pretty nice. And I'll probably gradually be maxing them out, but that's not something I'm going to be rushing. But I guess since I've been playing a lot lately, it's happening pretty naturally. But one step at a time, one step at a time. I've been trying a lot more content lately. Not sure. I guess this expansion just dropped at the perfect time, hence why I'm able to do stuff like the Baldessian Arsenal for the Demiosma here. Or even just try the raids a bit more seriously when normally I don't, even if it's just Party Finder. But hey, the last time I did that was Stormblood. I can't imagine how the Savage tier Alliance raids, 24-player raids, are gonna be. Now, that's gonna be interesting to see. Oh, right. Well, guess it's time to go start farming as warrior again. But before I do, there's something to mention about Limsa Lominsa. It used to have more crystal looking domes, buildings and stuff. They were even used in the 1.0's trailer. It's pretty much been figured out that that was the early design for Limsa before they moved on, but obviously that's not what happened. However, people noticed that that strange not crystal dome, well, it's a glass dome building was used for Stormblood to show off jobs like Red Mage and Samurai, which is odd since obviously it's now well past the point where Limsa's design's been finalized. It's not like 1.0 where they had an idea where they had a few ideas before the final version. And indeed, it turned out to be a hint towards the Crystarium in Shadowbringers. Pretty cool, I thought. My gear's all up to date, yeah. Or at least good enough for now. At least once I get Warrior up, I can throw away anything below 90 or whatever Paladin's at. 91, that's what it was. I don't know how I missed that. The repair kit is over, the repair person's over here, so... Here with trusts, your duty, trust...
'Twould be a pleasure as always.
Victory will be ours!
I stand ever ready.
The Tower of Zot. Alright, since I've got both the Black Mage DPS in the party, there should be some AoE here. There we are, I stunned so we didn't use that. Oh, right. Whoops. Forgot my tank stance again. At least for this first pull, you get a little larger than a regular party. Thanks to the story moving with you.
I will not hold back!
Yeah, they're actually being melted down together, which is quite nice. gun. No, I'm not sure why they're still calling it summoning. Now, we've known ever since Heaven's Ward that isn't actually a summoning per se. It's actually a corrupted creation magic. And this is known since Heaven's Ward. It's not something we just learned, but knew.
I will not hold back.
If I liked Dark Knight, I'd probably like Warrior, or because they're very similar, but I don't know. Dark Knight has a lot of, Dark Knight has a lot of weaving with off-level cooldown skills and stuff, while Warrior is pretty straightforward.
I will not hold back.
At least once I level these trusts up to 91, I could probably just use Viper or something to get Thancred up, because Thancred's the only one left. That Go Cleaves never stop being satisfying. Sheesh.
I will not hold back.
Messed that up a little badly, but nothing I can't handle, I suppose. That hurt a little. If I do a DPS to level up Thancred though, because I think I've mentioned, but well, this is pretty easy to do on a tank because you can do wall to wall and keep myself alive, especially for ones with the amount of insane self-sustain like Warrior. It's not so easy to do it when Thancred or tank. It could just be me and my lack of skill, but even when I'm playing as healer, or it feels like they it feels like they just straight up melt whenever I have try to have them pull multiple groups at once. I'm just gonna save my Berserk for the next pull. So I've chosen Defiance. Indeed, it's a lot of fun. You should give it a try sometime. Actually, isn't Defiance one of my skill names? It actually might be one for the other tanks. It is somewhat disturbing. Those look like a giant pair of teeth. It's gonna be a little while before I have access to the AoE one, but that's fine, I think.
If I may?
Actually, while I'm here, I should probably change the stream name a bit since I'm now at the Warrior and Trust leveling. I already did the Rising, so best not have anyone come in and go, wait a minute, where's the Rising?
You cannot stop!
Whoops. Alright, there we go. Alright, let me grab a sip of my drink, because these are where the pulls start to get a little spicy. Home gang time. I do have a self-heal. In fact. There we are. Now, if I know it has significantly less raw healing even good than Neuron Dream, that's, well, that makes sense. He's a sage. Alright, then yeah, this is the right way. Somehow I got turned around.
If I may?
Slow. Oopsie. Yeah, I was too slow on raw intuition. That was on me. But I do know, indeed, I can pull this. I can do this. I just need to be smart about it. Oh, I forgot to grab this coffer. Whoops. Do I even need those? I'll look it all up later. Yeah, a group like that is probably one that's worth using a caster or a bar or physical range to limit break just to clear it a lot more reliably. Yeah, you can tell everything. The dungeons here are still designed assuming there could one day be a hard mode. That version added. Black Mage is a lot easier. Yeah, so I think the DPS overall should be a little higher here. Or against the trash mobs, might be a little less against bosses though, since we don't have Estinian acting. Yeah, we don't have Estinian with a single target. I did notice was doing a pretty good amount of damage.
Allow me. This is the real one. It's not There.
that actually hurt a little. I have the right gear, right? Yeah, it's fine. Probably the best I can expect this range. who's not.
Away with you!
Hello, Canucks. That's kind of fun. We got 2 melee jobs in a row, but I think the reason we got Reaper and Viper so close to one another is so that Dragoons and Ninjas would have someone to share their gear with, since they were the... took 6 whole expansions for there to be scouting gear other than users other than Ninjas, and 5 that in which Dragoon had maiming gear all to itself. AoE against that is basically a full heal in a few seconds. Might as well just shake it off for a healing over time effect. That's also kind of why I want to do Warrior with Alpino, just because that would be a bit easier on my end. Because I can self-heal to make up for his lack of raw healing power. Yeah, I could swear I used to be able to pull him further, but I guess they patched that? Or maybe it was always like that and I just somehow forgot. I guess I could always check my playthrough of Endwalker's main story when I did that, because that definitely would have shown it. Get my self-heals up. Hold on tight. That's a lot of damage. Did I miss Mechanicus? There we go. There we are. or something? That was weird. Oh, whatever. And Mindru really don't have much HP, apparently. Ansuya Reflex. Here we go, they're triple tech. Or just keep calling it that. You can probably blame the Chrono Trigger. We can both see Andy. I probably should have been in that.
Away with you!
Oh no, it's because they're nuking Cindy, but since they're Black Mage, they have AoEs, so Sandy's getting hit as well. It's not a big deal. Sandy, as long as Sandy doesn't die beforehand, because if she does, Cindy will just revive her and she'll have full HP again. And it's not a huge deal, but it will add up. Just throw tomahawks.
Away with you! The mark!
Oh, nice. I should have brought Sandy into that AoE just so it'd be a lot easier. Oh well, I'll have to keep that in mind for next time. Because I'm gonna have to do this once or twice more. Yeah, Mindy doesn't need tanking, I don't think.
Gloves are off.
Here we are, Dungeon Master. Blood Wedding. Raw Intuition Mastery. Upgrade. I see. Those are upgrades to Blood Wedding. Reduces damage taken, restores HP. Stem the flow. Reduces damage taken by an additional 10%. Creates a bear. Wow. I knew Power Creep had gotten all the other low cooldown defensives for the other tanks to catch up to the Blackest Night on Dark Knight, but now Yeah, I'm starting to think it really should have gotten an upgrade at Endwalker. Not now in Dawntrail. It should have been an Endwalker. But if they're delaying it, they should have done it in Dawntrail. Wow. Monstrum Battle Axe. It is weaker than the Tombstone one. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure the axes are going to be weaker until I get to level 85. Well, that's fine. I best repair real quick. No, not duty time. Trusts here. Should be pretty easy to level up Warrior a good bit now. I believe I started with 200 of these pastry fish. I think I crafted just 200 of them when the expansion started, and now they're almost all over. Yeah, I imagine that's rookie numbers. I know some people were able to start way later than me, who already have everything at 100, but... Again, I haven't really grinded this hard since Stormblood, so I was genuinely surprised I even could do this sort of thing. This AoE is a big perk of having the Black Mage in the party. Yeah, I've got that on hotkey now. I know I need to stun these guys. Full Spoil Hill is really easy because we get a few more NPCs with us. Oh, right, that's why I'm supposed to bring them over here. So the moment they die, we start hearing the cutscene. Oops. I like the Mega Sisters in this dungeon. Actually, in general, I like the Endwalker made all the dungeon bosses feel like they were enemies that mattered. I mean, Anima and the Mega Sisters here could very easily have been actual trial bosses, and it would have worked well, I think. Although I guess it probably was to prevent spoilers more than anything. Still.
There.
I have a bit of a powerful healing myself. Probably should have stunned him, whatever. Gunbreaker has definitely taught me the value of gaining max HP and then being healed for that exact same amount. Although I guess it depends on the game. Like, if it increases your max HP but doesn't heal you that amount, it's not nearly as fun or as helpful. But if it does heal you the amount, then usually it's not going to take that away once the max HP goes down, and thus it's ends up a better heal in most cases. An overheal, I guess, would be the best way to put it. power. The fact that I have Dark Knight and Gunbreaker as my main primary tanks means I easily forget that the gap closer for Paladin and Warrior actually does in fact deal damage, because theirs don't. It used to, but it was changed for whatever reason, I guess. They mentioned why, I just genuinely forgot, to be completely honest. Pretty sure the fun thing is a pretty sure party fighter heal will just ignore the poison effect, whereas the ones in this trust will always cleanse it. Fire means I have to be over here. I guess since we had 2 melee jobs in a row, even if they were to fill gaps, I imagine the next expansion is probably going to introduce a tank and ranged physical. Since those have been the longest since new ones have been added. Unless they want to add a new armor type, which I'd be more than welcome for. Gonna eat this raw. Good luck. Good luck, Alphino. Yeah, I was right not to worry. There's one dungeon I'm probably gonna farm Glam for. It's going to be the level 97 one, because I guess I can say its name. It's time has passed at time of streaming, and by the time this goes up. Vanguard has a lot of really good Glam fodder. A lot of people really love music for it too, so. Save them for the next one. Oh yeah, look at all those AoEs from the Black Mages. I love it. Endwalker's last time where everyone got a new actual button to push their attacks. Well, Dawntrail, it did introduce new attacks. Most of them were stuff that other attacks will upgrade into automatically. So it's usually at part of the burst. They also expanded, I also believe they expanded the 2-minute burst into the 1 and 2 minute bursts, which I think is a lot better personally, but that's just my opinion. As I mentioned, the 2-minute burst was mentioned it way back in the other time I streamed this, but 2-minute burst was something people by and large asked for, and was sync up everyone's cooldowns. It did that, but also means if anything went off, like if someone drifted or if someone died, that's gonna be a real pain. Oh, why? Oh, right, the death claws are annoying like that. You don't underestimate the slow effect. 20% less attacks means that much more time that Alpino has to heal me. I believe it's generally agreed to be on par with Rampart in terms of mitigation. Warrior's honestly not bad. In fact, it's genuinely great for these dungeon runs like what I'm doing here, but if we're honest, I think it's probably going to be one of my least used tanks. Then again, I guess the point of leveling these isn't necessarily to use them in anything major, it's just so that I can get them up. Both so that I can throw out old gear, and also, they actually give a pretty good amount if you manage to get all your combat jobs except Blue Mage to level 100. Probably should be, I could probably desynthesize all these for some nice items. Home gang. Yeah. And Warriors hands down the best if you want to be dungeon farming. Holy crap. There we go. I'm slowly figuring out how to do these big pulls. With trusts, I mean. With players, it's probably going to be a bit easier because they'll know. Yeah, I think that was a good idea. All my healers are at least 90, so I can just toss all these, and I can just grind all these into dust. Is actually better. Right. That also means I can grind this to synthesize this, so we'll do it. We are.
Allow me.
My favorite tanks seem to remain the edgelord ones, but well, Dark Knight is obvious, but Gunbreaker actually seems to have more in common with its cousin, the Paladin, since it's all about loyalty and like how Paladins are all about their oaths.
I may.
Sometimes the time stop in a funny place. This one.
Hold still.
I'm not really doing my rotation as good as I should be, but I guess it's hard to mess up Warrior.
If I may.
There we are. Just make sure it's not pointed at the party, and I think I've done my job.
Gloves are off.
This one. That area is really tiny. But I guess if you really can't tell, you can just position yourself to make sure you're only hit by one. As long as you're only hit by one, it's not going to kill you. Even for the casters with the lowest, or yeah, with the lowest bulk and HP. Yeah, I can just get rid of any. Who's that? Is that cloth? Cloth. Leather cloth and goldsmithing is usually what you want, the desynthesis levels you want to work on if you don't craft regularly, or since that's what most of them are. Or you can also trade one of, you can also trade cloth or leather for armory. You can also go for weaponsmith or alchemy if you want, but those are really special. Blacksmithing is almost always physical weapons, and alchemy is really, really specialized. I think, oh no, I thought it was only the, Summoner and Scholar books, but no, Pictoments or brushes are also alchemy now. Oh, that's neat. But yeah, there's not very many of those. Ha. Yeah, I've already got one of those.
Us.
Okay, I'm getting a lot better at these. No deaths this time, nice. And of course, this is probably the point I should start storing resources just for the next pull.
I will not hold back.
Yeah, I shouldn't have used arm's length there. Whoops. Oh well. All my aiming jobs are right. Ever since someone had told me that you can set a new gear to always go to your main inventory rather than your armory, that's really, really, really been a huge help. I can't believe I never knew about this sooner. I think it's always been there too, so that's just embarrassing.
You cannot stop us!
Oopsie. I messed up really bad there. And here I was saying I finally got it down. Oh well. I think after this run, though, I'll be able to do the level 83 dungeon. Only having to do each dungeon 2 or 3 times a level is really nice. Probably could have even done this one a little sooner, but I won't. Like I said, I've been spraying myself really thin this expansion. I'd probably have completed at least some of the savage fights if I had focused that on hard each day. I probably could have. I don't think I'd have the squirrel mount by now, but if I did nothing but fate farming, I'd probably be a lot further on than I am right now. Although I am also mixing it up by doing some of the older areas, like the Shadowbringers areas. I've gotten a little under half those, and Endwalker areas I'm a good ways through, so I've been making progress there too, just to... Well, basically I'm going to be here farming for the Fate gemstones a lot, no matter what, so my logic is I might as well do, not just level a job. So my logic is I won't just be leveling a job at the same time, I'll also be working towards an achievement title and unlocking more shops along the way. So I'll be doing several things.
Hold still.
With so few enemies left, it should be fine without any mitigation, but might as well at least do an easy heal.
You cannot stop us! There!
Once again, this is the kind of pull where a caster or a range physical limit breaking would be quite nice. It's nice that stuff like just leveling isn't too much of a grind. But don't let anyone tell you this game has none whatsoever. Like the squirrel mount I acquired, it requires 500 vouchers, and those each individual voucher costs 100 of these bicolor gemstones from Fates, and you get about 12 to 16 gemstones per Fate with some variants to it, so suffice to say that's probably going to take me a few months. But it's cool. That's what we're all... I'm enjoying myself, and that's probably what matters most.
You cannot stop us!
Oh dear. buff activated. Who does the tank buster? Not Deacon, it's Sinduba who's this thing. Oh yeah, level 83. And our allies got leveled up as well. Monster Round Rush. Yeah, this is alchemy. I actually am desynthing that. I notice that's a lot lower. Granted, I could probably fix that a bit by doing some other things. Striking. Ninja. No, striking is monk and samurai. I just need to get monk up. Once I get monk to 80, though, everything will be in good shape. Alright, see you later, Emma. Go ahead and get the Weaver up. Here we are. Isn't the glamour? Yes, it is in there. So I do not need this either, but that's Armor Smith. I'm not doing that one. Imperial gear. And I can go ahead and desynthesize the Bracelet of Fending because I've already gotten an upgrade. Here. Mysterium Ring. I can desynthesize that, I think, so let's do that. My warrior is my lowest level, so if anything can't be used by warrior, I should probably keep that in case I need it, since that's an all-job one. I think I might have been keeping that for glam. Actually, do I already have it? Let's check. Search for item. It is indeed already in the glamour dresser. I'll worry about... I should clean all this stuff later. Item that's not in the glamour... Actually, let me check something. Item. Huh. Weird. I'll worry about that later. Alrighty, time for clear. Trust. Tower of Babil. Anima is a fun boss. I'll enjoy fighting him. I should really do a portrait of some of the others. Right, let me just do this one for Oh yeah, that's a full heal every 25 seconds, basically. You see why Warrior's so popular, even if it's not quite my jam. Nice how I've been able to level a handful of jobs through fates, and it's also going to be nice with DPS jobs that would otherwise going to take ages to level, I think. Fate grinding actually isn't too slow of a way to level either. Dungeons are, as you can see, significantly faster, but Fate grinding also grants you those bicolor gemstones and such that are essential. A lot better now. I'll probably continue to do these into, okay, that can help me heal a lot more. Oops. I almost did it. Oopsie. There we go. Full heal again. Phew. It's not until the next dungeon I'm going to start getting stuff that's actually upgrades from my tome gear. I don't want to waste the Bell Cleaves when I can use them as a boss. Not when those guys are so close to death. Oh, right, we're not going that way. Split through. A shame Lisa just came a little too late to be one of these Avatar trusts. She'd probably be Stormblood only. Ha ha ha! did like the Final Fantasy IV references in Endwalker, but I will say they might have gone a little overboard with them. Part of the fun is seeing their interpretation of these characters rather than just carbon copying them. Kind of like how Shitato was from the Black Mage backstory, job story, is much different from the one from Final Fantasy XI. Oh crap. Well, Justinian's not here, so I don't need to worry about the physical stuff. I probably need to care about that, though. Alright, so I need to do it this way. Suck him in. I messed up a little. To the storm's path. It's not much, but it's a habit I got into from being a DPS, I suppose. I guess I could do this if I was with players to make sure his back is exposed. Yeah. Melee is very generous as a Endwalker. I guess just for reasons like that. I don't want to waste a fell cleave when he's this close to death. Imperial Boots. I don't have any aiming jobs below. Such an enormous lift. I guess we'll find out. Yes. The lift needed for every video game since the Ninja Turtles arcade game. That's the earliest one I can think of, at least, which honestly I wouldn't be surprised if there's even earlier ones. I joke about being an old fart, but there's people with even more long-term game experience than me. I know big sections like this and the train moving one aren't quite as like, because you can't do larger pulls with that. Neither to push yourself further nor, well, speed up the run. I like the axe spin. Yeah, Mithril Tempest. The really neat axe spin you got going on there. Slicey, slicey. So few, I could probably focus them down myself. Slice and dice. Oh, whoops. We should go through this door. Death Machine. That might actually be based off of the War Max in Final Fantasy 1. Actually, I think those appeared in Final Fantasy 4 as well. Haven't checked. Just don't make me remember the after years. Well, that is one. Well, I'm not too big on the episodic nature of it. The bigger thing is I thought it just reused way too much. And yeah, I get that the idea of history repeating itself was part of the plot itself, but I just had a lot of stuff that bothered me, I guess. Yeah. Final Fantasy 4, easily one of my favorites of the Final Fantasy set. Yes, Edgelord Kane and all that included. But after years, I would have called it straight up hot garbage a decade ago, but I've since cooled off a bit. It doesn't exactly ruin any of the characters there, which makes... So even if it is still, I still consider a disappointing sequel, it still at least could have, still not nearly as bad as some of the other ones. Although I suppose that's damning with faint praise. It could have been worse isn't exactly a thing to be proud of.
Allow me.
Ow. Well, at least my tank durability still applies while as a frog for some reason. I guess it did transform my clothes too, and theoretically I'm wearing some pretty heavy armor. I do believe this is the safe spot. spot again. Reflex casting? I don't need those. Oh, but they're not even. They're not even cloth. Alright. Go. Healing as well. I do recall monk weapons for a while were often pretty more and more elaborate fist weapons, but a lot of players have felt they'd rather have the old, they felt it was more thematic class to have a more small-scale weapon, since punches and kicks and not so much a weapon, or even bare-fisted, although they did have an invisible fist weapon for those who just wanted their monk to be pure fists and feet, theoretically without a weapon. But yeah, they've since introduced more and more subtle... They've each introduced more and more subtle... full of fists. Excellent. The black mage is through. Yeah, these big pulls seem a bit more, a bit easier for me than the others.
I will not hold back.
I probably shouldn't be going after that, but who cares? Value and having a self-heal. tether.
I will not hold back.
Or rather, it makes it so I won't be pulled in. Shake it off. Shield for the party as well as some regen. That should make it a bit easier on Alphino. Oh crap, of course he does it right in the middle of my burst phase. And it cleanses my buffs. Isn't that wonderful? Let's heal myself just to make sure this is not going to be a problem. If I was a DPS, I would have 100% died from that. Oh well, tank privilege and all that. Can't even break Alphino's shield. Oh. Aw. I was hoping we could joke about how weak he is. Fun fact, this particular anime was male because he was created using the Emperor. That is not the case, however, for the one from Final Fantasy X. Ah. That's what I get for giving fun facts in the middle of a fight. Dick.
Something special for you. Something special for you.
Works for me. I got something special for you. But yeah, well, I guess it's hard to explain without kind of going full in Final Fantasy X. Basically, each of the summoned spirits were originally a person. Intends the mechanics to wait for him to do that, then. Here we are. Definitely don't need these. Don't need these either. Basically, any earring below 90 I can remove because I have Azamia's earrings. I already... maybe. Actually... no, actually. Yeah, no, I don't need the slaying ring because The only jobs, physical jobs I have been low level 90 are Ninja and Viper. And incidentally, since they use scouting gear, they actually use Dex as their main attack stat, so they don't use this. I guess there's also Monk, but look how far behind Monk is. It's not going to be here anytime soon. There's no point in holding out. That's okay. Maybe I'll... I can't paint it, though, which is the real painful part. Doesn't look that bad, actually. Maybe we'll keep that for glamour purposes. Actually, those boots are an upgrade, I believe, so let's get out of here, and I can put them on. Alright, we'll go ahead and put on these boots, and that'll be good. I'll clean out inventory later. For the moment, I just need to do stuff. Let me grab a sip of my drink real quick. Everyone's slowly making progress. Good, good. I guess this is fine. Tower of Babel. Heals are stronger. Both trusts do genuinely learn new skills when they level up at certain points, just like players do. They don't get the same stuff players do, however, they get their own set of skills, so don't know until you level. I think after this I'll just need after this I just need level Thancred. It might take a bit because he's level 80. Then again, I guess we'll the same point, so whatever. Since one after the other, I need to get him up along with all the others at some point. I believe the title for getting them all to the Endwalker level of 9, cap of 90 is the 7th Dawn, which is pretty nice. Interestingly, websites tell me the title for getting them all to level 100 for Dawntrail stuff, that's, crap. It's gold parts, but it says it's one of the rarest titles in the game right now, but I swear, whenever I'm out in Tuliolol doing my dailies and all that, it feels like half the people there have the title. So I'm not sure if it's actually that rare or what. Likewise with the title for, let's do it this way. right, I should be using my bigger mitigation with slow because it deals reflect damage. I want them to hit me. Yeah, I don't use warrior enough, and so I keep panicking. I need to be more wary. Like in Trials, when I was doing the raids, probably saw I was a bit better at cycling for tanking. But that was also because I was a Dark Knight, and Dark Knight relies a bit more on mitigation over self-sustain, by which I mean they're the only one that actually cares about their healer. Even when I'm Gunbreaker, I can, if the healer dies or something, I can even, worst case scenario, I can do the 1-2-1-2 combo and keep myself alive for a short period. Granted, even that'll fail if I end up having to solo or whatever, because I'm bad. But one who's actually skilled could probably go without a medic, and probably without a healer. Alright, he's gonna track me this time, so I gotta stay a little further away. Here we go. Shocking force.
There!
These magnet things first show up in the Alexander raids. They were pretty rough, but nowadays you can solo it even on a DPS. Because I'm used to jobs that only use it as a gap closer, not as part of the rotation. Granted, Dark Knight is very, very weave heavy, at least with the burst phase. The cooldowns there are fairly long, and even for ones with 2 stacks like Shadowbringer, you usually want to, from my experience, you usually want to save that for burst phases, just because 2 Shadowbringers boosted damage is better than 1 with boosted damage. And 1 at the 1 minute mark.
There!
Gloves are off.
Still, it does mean if you like the Alexander Mini, like the one I put earlier, or the Mount, those are pretty easy to get nowadays, even on a DPS. In fact, it might be easier on a DPS simply by virtue of it goes by faster. Ah, wonderful. Enhanced Equilibrium. Restore own HP. Gradually restores HP afterward as well. Ah, it adds a heal over time. Good to know. Good to know, good to know. I lost my Berserk. Oh well. think the AoE still gain on 2, although I guess it doesn't matter. I haven't looked it up in a while. Just long enough to make her swift casts run out. Which shall pierce through the sky. Yes, I messed that up on purpose. Shut up. Alright. Swing, swing. Nice of them to give me a moment before attacking. The Colossus there. Stop feeling fun. No wonder people who main warrior love it so much. Well, I guess it's not unsatisfying for the blood spiller or the combo now that I'm in Dawntrail. The blood spiller combo is very fun. Leather, not goldsmithing. Which I'm sure they did for no other reason than to frustrate me. Having the Berserk effect for a fixed number of hits is quite nice because it means I can't, if need be, I can delay it a bit and make sure it only applies the attacks I want it to. But on the other hand, it can also be a bit disappointing in that I can't stack skill speed or haste effects to get in just one more attack in that duration. It's basically the same reason that my Reaper main doesn't want any more skill speed than necessary, really, because the Enshroud, the super mode, only allows you a fixed number of attacks. So while it is nice in that you can get more, you might be able to get an extra hit in during the arcane circle buff, but you can't get just one more Enshroud attack because you only get 5 Enshroud attacks no matter what you do.
Allow me.
tank privilege can be a nice thing. I think it might be specifically targeted DPS for that. If I was a machinist, I'd probably be loving all the explosions. Hopefully this one's safe. Speaking of which, I actually ended up doing some tanking during Savage Raiding. Boy, the auto attacks hurt. Damage may be down, but a small price to pay to not die. I'm guessing if you're a DPS, you really need that. You need that mini debuff to end before using thermal suppression, or you might, well, assuming minimum eye level, of course. Took me a moment to register for some reason. Actually, it seems like one of the two paths is always safe. I just need to pay attention to which one each time. Probably have to do another run after this, but that's not too... This isn't far from the worst dungeon. Man, I guess this is a weird spot in the middle. I was looking up earlier. Apparently, I should have done a little 50 dungeon to try and level something from 80 to 81, for example. Long story short, since the level cap dungeons weren't designed with leveling, since it was a cap at one point, they don't actually give that much, which I knew from the high-level roulette that was the case, but I guess I should have realized. But this also means that if, like, you're at 80 and want to go to 81 or 90 to 91, go for the 79 or 89 dungeon to get that last bit. Because those are actually designed to level you. But I probably want to say those dungeons feel like they require less than the others, but that might just seem that way because you only need one level versus the two of others at level. I'd rather you didn't hold back, Stola. I also do wonder if maybe I'm going a bit too far. How about always going about, oh, look how far my shared fate is. Quite a few people who want to do that probably had those done already. In fact, most probably did that when they were actually relevant in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, but at the same time, I didn't play as much during then. I mean, best time right now. Here we go. Okay, good. The really strong mitigation will be back up soon. All the horrors of the alley cannot compare.
If I may.
By all means. Lost that somehow.
You cannot stop us!
Here we go. We have pulled into Anima's dimension.
I will not hold back.
I get set by accident. Signs out here like, oh, summon the rancor of the Emperor of our would-be conquerors, sourced Signs out here like, oh, the summoned rancor of the Emperor of our would-be conquerors, sourced through his dismembered body pieces. No biggie. They really undersold the horror of the Emperor's fate. Yeah, I know what you mean. won't say it's not a big deal, because like I said, I appreciate that Endwalker really made the effort to make sure the dungeon bosses felt like they were actually enemies that matter, but it's kind of, that is a bit weird they just kind of skimmed over just what was going on here. They channeled the, first of all, they channeled the fact that the Emperor runs things by basically running a cult around the Emperor itself. They pride themselves on being atheistic, but basically worship the Emperor, which is one of the big ways they're able to make anima so powerful, and then use that to enslave the regular people. It's a good thing we went through that stuff on the first to find a cure for it. Otherwise, things would have been much, much worse. They matter, but they didn't have the gravity as the fight. They do it. With Dawntrail, I think the only one that kind of felt like they were here because obligated was Valgamondo. Which is a shame given how important they were in Final Fantasy VI. But then again, I guess in 6, aside from awakening Terra's power, Valgamondo was really just an optional boss and that was it. Alright, gotta keep the buff up. Excellent. Oh, some spirit bombs are done. We'll go ahead and extract materia from these things then real quick. Some of them pretty close too. Let's see here. Anything here I can break down for some easy score? White Mage has already passed this point. I don't need any aiming gear, so let's go and get rid of that. Bending. Yeah, I think the Choker's an upgrade. Aiming, do not need that. There we are. Alright, so the Choker's good. Anima works since they're basically the final boss of the Garlemald area. The one behind everything. So once we defeat him, it makes sense that Fandana would just F off and go to the moon, since there's nothing left for him there. And again, a big part of that was they wanted to hide who the actual trial bosses were at all costs, because, it's probably a bigger story spoiler than even in the ones in Shadowbringers, the ones in Dawntrail, for that matter. I can probably just sell the materia here, since it doesn't have much use other than... That old materia doesn't have much use beyond selling at this point. At least with the gear, I could exchange it for company seals and such. Although I guess for the lockboxes, I need to upgrade my rank, because I am still a first Flame Lieutenant. I need to become Flame Captain real quick. That requires doing some manual runs with their squadron, though, which is basically the prototype for trusts, if I had to guess. Which also means that if I want it to be, a reasonable pace, I have to be the tank. I think I might have mentioned last time, but it's worth repeat. There was actually once a glitch where you could use the squadron limit break in regular dungeons, which was absolutely ridiculous, because the limit break for the squadron is special. It's not your regular one. It basically gives everyone it deals damage and gives everyone a massive damage boost for a short period. So basically, people were trivializing a lot of fights with it. It's actually one of the few times that they actually ended up giving out punishments for people using it, because I had a buddy who was using it for for a number of stuff, and he ended up with about a week temp ban. It's kind of funny, but... Although, to my understanding, they only got people who are clearly using it a significant number of times. Like, if they did it, like, a handful of times, it's probably a case of, oh, they were probably just testing out to see if it actually worked. They probably heard the glitch, were trying it out, see if it was real, and they didn't punish anyone with that. But yeah, funny. Righty. Just testing the limits versus Teehee exploit, lol. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's just human nature when you hear something that weird, you think, is that real? I gotta see that for myself. It's also why sometimes they'll say, a lot of the times, whenever there's a bug, the patch notes will usually say something along the lines of, this could be done under certain conditions, as listed under known issues. And they won't say exactly what, and that's largely because they know if people know what it is, there's a very large chance they will actually try it out to see if it's real or whatever, and that could cause a lot of problems. Not that it stops people, obviously. There's still stuff like YouTubers, the forums, Reddit, all that sort of thing. That's gonna make it widespread. Although I suppose even those areas will tell you only a fraction of the fan base ever goes there, so... That's a lot different from official announcements, where even casual players are likely to be checking it out. And I need to do one more run of this, so... Here we are. This should be the last one. Oh, right, I needed to, That's okay, I can just equip the new item here. Here we go, equip Choker Fending, and I can break down the Mansuya Fending one. Oh. No, I can't, because it's still being used by Paladin, apparently. Well, no matter. I'll do it later. Paladin... Here. Warrior's pretty satisfying to use, I won't lie, but I still feel partial towards Dark Knight and Gunbreaker. Because apparently between that and me maining Creeper, I am just the biggest edgelord on Earth. That's right, Graha. No, they can't. These guys won't stop us. I guess my most controversial take is I'm actually not that big a fan of Xenos. And I know he's really, really popular, even among the FCN friends I have who play. But I honestly didn't like how during, like, Shadowbringers, they always just brought up how, meanwhile, back at the source, this Xenos is causing problems again. And I'm all lovely. They're bringing us back here just to remind us he's being an asshole again.
You cannot stop us.
Incidentally, I also think that's probably a big reason as to why the Anima wasn't brought up as much as he could have, because the big part about him was that Xenos and Fandaniel were using him for that purpose. It was just an extension of what they were doing, and very annoying. Well, I guess what job I'm playing does seem to have some level of reflection on my thoughts. Like when I was fought during the final duel with Xenos during Endwalker there, I was Reaper, and that I just kinda, when he challenged me, I just kind of rolled my eyes. If the game had let me, I'd have seriously considered leaving and letting him just have his battle blue balls. But at the same time, I was quickly reminded, yeah, whenever Xenos is left alone and he's to his own devices, he just starts killing everything. So it's probably better to deal with him now. And I guess that's kind of my logic as Reaper. This was just, that as far as I was concerned, he was just one last job to do. If I was Dark Knight, it probably would have been a lot more. Crap, let's do this way. There we are. There we go. If I was Dark Knight, I probably would have just had, you know what, I've had enough of you. Time to die. Kind of fits with the whole design philosophy of Dark Knight as well, since their whole shtick is that they go after, bring people to justice even if untouchable by the law normally. And Xenos has had a bit of, oh man, that was getting a little close. Xenos has been in need of judgment for quite some time. Brought to justice, I mean. I can't get enough of how raw intuition is basically a full heal every 25 seconds, at least in a dungeon. In a boss fight, that's a lot different, and if we're honest, it probably needed the improved mitigation to function properly. Likewise, I hope next expansion Gunbreaker gets camouflage upgraded, because the increased parry and 10% mitigation feels a little low. Although I guess the whole, maybe not. Well, maybe. I will say Dark Knight definitely needs the Blackest Night upgraded. There was a time when it was hands down the greatest mitigation tool, but power creep has unfortunately left it behind. And that's fine. I don't think it's offensive or anything. That's because the game uses vertical progression. It's both a blessing and a curse that it does, really. On one hand, it does mean that all those relic artifacts, the Eureka stuff I did, since I just beat the Baldessian Arsenal today, all that is, oops, I got that wrong. Oh well, tank privilege. It's a shame that, yeah, the Eureka and all that stuff is no longer useful unless I just want to go and get glamour gear, or if I want the achievements or whatever. But at the same time, as I was quickly reminded with the DLC for, oh right, it's gonna attract it, for Elden Ring, horizontal upgrades also have their own problems, because as nice as that stuff was, I actually didn't, they were all, as nice as all the side grades were, unless I specifically wanted to respec into that, there wasn't really too many upgrades to look forward to, which means I was basically going through the DLC with the same gear I did in the main game, which felt a little disappointing, not gonna lie there. And I had the same problem with Guild Wars 2 as well. Like, I stopped playing around End of Dragons, but not because it went bad or anything for the record. If you still play, you can probably have a lot of fun with it, but I just haven't been motivated to go back. But it was fun. My main job was Mesmer, but I didn't like any of the new specs introduced in the later expansions, so I basically spent through several expansions of the same gear all along with no upgrades because, well, there were no improvements to go from where I was unless I wanted to completely try a new build, which had its appeal to an extent, but you get what I mean. Bad news with Vertical is that your stuff is gonna stop being good eventually, but it does. But the good news is it means anytime there's an expansion or update, there's always something worth your time in it.
I have you.
Meanwhile, horizontal means the stuff you make lasts a lot longer, but it also means there can be entirely new bits of content where, well, there's nothing that's relevant to you, and that feels pretty bad. Good, we were able to complete that before someone used the limit break. Aiming. I do not need this. Both Dragoon and Reaper are 100, so I can just throw out any maiming gear that's below level 100. And that feels really good. That is, they don't have to worry about gear for that particular type. other DPS, I'm definitely going to be going with my Fate grindings, just because I'm going to be at that for absolute ages, and I feel, well, I could expedite it by doing a tank or something, because those really make Fate grinds easy, even if you're solo. That still means, I feel like I'm wasting a lot of potential XP by doing that. Still, it is nice that I can do quite a few different things at the same time while just Fate grinding. Hence why I'm also going for the shared Fates in the Endwalker and Shadowbringer areas. Didn't do it before, but I probably should have. Although if you just want it for leveling purposes, it's actually better than ever now in Dawntrail, just because... I don't know, it just feels like making the Forlorn Maiden feels more common. It probably just feels that way because there's 3 instances to grind now, so there's a little downtime compared to in the earlier areas, where I've sometimes found myself just waiting for the next one to spawn. Here we are.
Let's hold back.
Here we are. I forget if this my last year before or after the latest rounds of buffs and stuff. I guess there's not much to say about that in general, I'm completely honest. Also buffs. Some people are always looking to find the most optimal, but can't well, it is accurate, hence why I was kind of hoping for some upgrades on Dark Knight's TBN. It's also important to remember that this game has a bit of a different standard compared to others. Even when I played Warcraft a bit ago, there were the gap between DPS jobs in some cases were as large as like 30%, whereas here it's only going to be a handful.
You cannot stop us.
It could be relevant at upper levels, yes, but that's also particularly relevant for people doing World First and stuff. If you're still doing Savage Prog now, well, it's probably not going to be as relevant. That said, Picto does feel a little overtuned. I believe in an interview it said they hesitate to nerf because people who enjoy it for how strong it is might be disappointed, but I guess it's a rough thing. Ooh, Ring of Aiming. Definitely desynthesize that. Excellent. Right, I still need to get my food, keep my food buff up. It's not much, but it does expedite my own leveling. Because at this point, the trusts are leveling a good bit faster than me, although granted, that's also... probably a good thing, because once the trusts get a boosted XP if they're not currently doing current expansion content. So the moment I get to Dawntrail, they'll be doing a lot less damage, getting a lot less XP per dungeon compared to now. I believe the cost reward for beating Endwalker is getting into the Endwalker endgame is for basically their old Realm Reborn outfits. Makes sense. I'm sure some are nostalgic for those, and some of them, some even probably think those look better just because they're simpler. I was surprised at just how many people had leveled them to 100. Either it's easier than I thought it's going to be, or people are just really thirsty for the bikini. The, pistola.
If I may.
I gotta love those huge fell cleaves. Here we are. Rogue. Maybe I should make a Chrono Trigger reference.
You cannot stop us!
I will not hold back.
I love how they use their big triple casts in unison. Our team is in sync. I just have to be careful while leveling people in Dawntrail because I can no longer do it with 2 tanks and a DPS like I am here, because Kryl is another DPS to level.
Away with you.
I don't mind if they have trusts that are not part of the story next time. Like, if next time we go to, like, Mercedia or something and the Scions just wait at base or whatever, but are still available, I'd be cool with that. I know everyone has their own little right with Dawntrail. For me, it's that the Scions were underutilized, especially Kryl. Here. Yeah, one of these pads is always safe. Just remember that. Oh, wonderful. Level up. Level 85. And I haven't unlocked the next dungeon. I could just leave right now and do it immediately, but I'd rather fill this one out just to get the trusts, the XP. And I also appreciate that they will go directly from the X9 to X1 of the next one, so as soon as I get them past, level them from 89 to 90, they'll also jump to 91 immediately, so you don't have to worry about leveling them through 80. It's just really nice. Be able to get... Here we are. I should also probably level the tanks through here sooner. Kind of funny, the tanks are probably the ones who need the trust the least since their queue times are the worst. But doing so helps me level them, more of them reliably. Home gang. so wonderful to have a heal of my own. And a full heal every 25 seconds doesn't hurt, that's for sure. The only challenge sometimes is surviving for those 25 seconds. Here we are. Okay. Either this dungeon's a bit easier to do large holes with, or I've gotten better. At least once I hit level 86, I'll actually have another AoE. Still, I do like Speed as a villain as far as Dawntrail goes, though. Granted, as I said, though, I genuinely do not like Xenos, so maybe I'm just a very, very strange individual. Oh, this place is safe this time. Oh, interesting. Here we are. Excellent. Always feels good to have a bunch of felled cleaves. Mega Gravitron. Habit of being a DPS. Whenever I'm far away, I like to just use my little range attack that does like 1 damage just so I keep up the time. And again, it's probably not bad. There we go. Finally, I was able to get my full burst out before he sent us to the Imperium. In fact, he even sends us to another dimension of sorts. Is pretty crazy. I guess it shows just how powerful the fervent belief in the country was. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure Xenos and Findaniel did something in some other stuff to help power them up, possibly blood sacrifices and such, but... The Garleans were taught not to believe in gods, but in the Emperor and the country itself, and that can be just as fervent as any religious belief, as we're clearly seeing here. Why does it keep choosing me? keep moving, just keep moving, just keep moving.
There.
Here we are. Plunges into chaos. Dang, I didn't even take any damage from that. The Shake It Off shield combined with Alphanos is just too much for poor Anima to handle.
Hold still.
That's odd.
You cannot stop us.
Let's mitigate that for the team, shall we?
There.
Shield the party, just be safe. That hurt everyone except me. Haha. Excellent. Babil complete. So you're scouting, I don't need that, so let's desynthesize it. This is actually an upgrade, so I'll equip it. Alika 85. Actually, no, this is even better. So yeah, I don't need either of these. Let's get rid of that, and I can dye it. I guess I can keep that for glam options later, perhaps, but... Alright, what else? Monk. My monk is in the 60 levels. That's Stormblood content, so that's not going to be relevant anytime soon. I don't need the Ring of Slaying anytime soon. There we are. So turn that to the inventory to save on space. Here. Ooh, the Bardiche. It is finally, I've got myself an upgrade. That looks more like a hammer than an axe, but whatever. Extract the materia, first of all. I can deal with that later. For now, I need to make sure my inventory is in good shape. Yeah, we don't need this anymore, so I can desynth that. I don't need this level 81 either. Don't need any of these. Necklaces. Why do I have so many of those? Distance choker of aiming. Yeah, I don't even need that for my ninja and the others because I've already got a better one. There we are. getting a good amount of desynthesis points out of all this. The Vanaspati. Yeah, Thancred's the only one who's really far behind, so I'm definitely gonna have to work on him with Viper or Ninja or something. I guess in that way, it's nice that the Dawntrail doesn't have too many tanks for me to level, but at the same time, people who benefit from this most are DPS, and for them, the fact Thancred's the only tank aside from Graha, who is everything, is just he's gonna cap out long before anyone else, is what I'm getting at. Oh yeah, this is the most, possibly the most messed up dungeon.
My friends, heed me. These are children of nightmare. Forgive me. I will do them no
With this boss thinking, dang, I thought this boss isn't story relevant at all. Boy, was I naive. Come on, I need you now. There we are. There's really only one spicy pull in this dungeon, so I think I should be in good shape. However, this is also the dungeon where I start finally getting upgrades to the home gear from Home Yulmore, so I really need to put mitigation up. I should be eating this raw. They'll take care of the Terminus Pursuer on their own. They don't need me. See? They didn't need me for that.
If this is the only way.
Yandwalker really made a big effort to mix gameplay and dungeon story stuff. And I think this is a good way to handle it. It's way better than it was when they tried it with Castrum, Praetorium, and basically all the ones from Realm Reborn. And it's probably a lot better than just having the dungeons straight up not story relevant. I will say I like about Dawntrail dungeons. Some of them are starting to have trash mobs random with mechanics beyond just an AoE here and there. Like in the Straight Road Deadwalk, the dungeon with the clown. You have to be wary about dropping the Calcabrina enemy's HP, because if they do it too quickly, they start doing more room-wide AoEs, which at the time when it actually dropped, could actually potentially wipe you if you weren't careful. And that was pretty neat. More stuff like that, and less stuff like the Elephant in Alexandria, where it's really just a damage sponge. Or the turtle in the level 99 dungeon I forgot the name of, because all that thing did was an occasional AoE, which made me, as a melee main with Reaper, very, very sad, because I had to cut my uptime a lot for no good reason. Or at least what felt like no good reason. Like, maybe if the turtle had exactly one more mechanic, I might have been less bothered. But it's just an AoE that caused me to have to disengage for a little while, which is especially annoying because Reaper's main range attack is a cast bar. Mouth off. Hey, stop puking on me. That's gross. I honestly probably don't even need to mitigate that. What is left and what is right, I do like his attack names. The name alone tells you how to dodge it, but it also is meaningful in the sense of what you're probably thinking of. Note of despair. Oh, nice. The two safe ones were roughly in the same spot. That feels a lot better. Yeah, I'm just gonna eat this raw. Good luck, Alpino. Yeah, that. I knew you didn't have the guts to hit me that hard, buddy. Stop that, you jerk. Let's just protect the team here so that we, yeah. Alright. I try to be wary of not screwing up positionals for melee, just because as a melee, I know how annoying it is when the tank spins like a top. I know the trusts won't care, but it's something I try to practice. I either try to not move the boss or move them to roughly the same spot each time. Will you quit that? You know what, let's do it. I might actually need to mitigate that now. Yeah, vulnerability and half HP means I probably shouldn't push a tank buster. What is that item, actually? Leather. Right, I should refresh the food real quick, just to be safe. Actually, I probably should have done that while we had to wait.
The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
On one hand, it is nice that I don't have to worry about aggro and enmity or whatever. Correct. Every MMO, I swear, every MMO has a different name for it. But on the other hand, I do kind of miss when I actually had to pay attention to it. Like, especially like, Ninja used to have a ton of abilities to control aggro. You could easily redirect it towards where you wanted, usually the tank. Although you can bet your sweet 50 some did it towards the people who pissed them off, but or also just cut their own. Actually, a lot of jobs had enmity. Threat being an issue, indeed. Also, I think it was increasing aggro to deal with the Picto opening burst was unnecessary. It's also kind of nice how it did give a bit of identity to the ninja beyond just debuff to weaken enemies for the party. Which, to be fair, is a good role for them to have. It does make sense. They're still very much the closest thing to a support melee, but this is a very good role for them. Healers and casters, well, they all have lucid dreaming, and that did exactly what it did now. It's just that it also reduced aggro at the same time. But on the other hand, I do kind of get it. Pictomancer is a heavy burst-oriented class. Once they get their initial damage up, they actually have a decent amount of downtime before they get stuff ready for the next burst window. They're currently a bit over 2, but I guess that's common. Reaper was pretty over 2. Well, not necessarily, because I do know even during Endwalker, it was generally agreed that Sage was inferior to Scholar. Granted, for some reason people thought Scholar was really weak when Endwalker started, and I genuinely have no idea why. I can only assume they somehow thought Expedite was terrible or something, because frankly, that's one of the... No other job has a boost like that. Seriously, I don't know how they could have looked at the new stuff for Scholar and thought, man, this is really bad. Funny part is it happened again with Dawntrail, where again people saw the Seraphim ability. Seraphim, I guess for the sake of anyone who doesn't play the series too much, Seraphim is typically the most powerful healing summon in the game. And in many games, Scholar does actually get access to it, which is probably why they decided to do that. But yeah, they thought it wasn't very good, but lo and behold, it was actually genuinely a good skill. I wonder if that's going to continue. Like, if the next expansion, they get people, oh man, Scholar's got real bad now. Will they turn out, oh wait, it's actually the strongest healer now. I can't believe I forgot to just pull these two. I guess I was too bit distracted. Darn you, chat, stop being so easy. That's it. If they're at least giving us... I appreciate Scholars as partner raid in the past. I believe the most popular healer setup right now is Scholar and Astro. White Mage is always brought up as the job with the most oh shit emergency heals, but I don't know why people seem to count out Astro. Even back during Heaven's Ward when Astro first came out, I saw, wow, there's a lot of emergency stuff. Of course, healer life isn't always good. I had the pleasure, quote unquote, as in Tereth's version of fun, quote unquote, DM Tereth, I should probably say, since that's how he screws with us. Yes, this is going to be fun. Right, no, he usually goes, yeah, roll this one. If you get it, that'll be the fun one. OCD heals, indeed. Yeah, I had the displeasure of raising my favorite healer at the time was Astro. I raised that on the exact launch of Shadowbringers, meaning before the initial buffs. And anyone who was playing Shadowbringers around the time, you might remember that Scholar was hot garbage at the initial Shadowbringers launch. Indeed. Well, I guess hot garbage is a bit too far, but the point is it was a pain in the ass to level it, and I'm really glad I'm past that point. I don't know about how I feel about Scholar with the changes. So far, I'm gonna be honest, my first impressions aren't great. So I'm probably just gonna stick to Sage, but we'll see, I guess. Why Sage? I don't know, probably the same reason I like Gunbreaker, because it's clearly designed to be a healer to appeal to DPS mains. Ah, crap. But yeah, raising a healer during Shadowbringers itself was already Dwarf Fortress quote-unquote fun, and it only got better if it was Astro, because that one was massively underpowered at the time. I made it work, don't get me wrong. That's one thing I will give the game. There's never a job that's been completely unfunctional, which is a lot more than I could say about many other MMOs I've played over the years. However, oh right, I don't want to go with Bubble, I want to just... Oh, that could have been bad. Oh, that was bad. Oh well, I'm just the tank. It's their problem now. There we go, I was able to save them in time. See, I can still do my job as a tank.
Allow me.
Of course. Oh, whatever. Tank privilege and just be in action again, I suppose. Praise surprise and ass. People are skeptical. Wait, we're being healed really effectively. Astro's really had a lot of neat stuff. I especially like how versatile they were prior to the healer reworks. I still kind of found it okay then, but now that it's been reworked, I really need to experiment a bit to see if I still like it or not. But either way, yeah, I'm gonna try and get everything to 100. Eventually. That is weaving. My only slaying job that's below 90 right now is Monk, isn't it? Yeah. Because Ninja and Viper are decks, they use aiming, so Monk's not going to be at this level for quite some time, so no point in keeping that. And I don't have a single caster at this level, so I can desynth that as well. Huh. There we are. Slowly but surely I'm getting those desynth levels in. For raiding, I have actually ended up being Dark Knight a good bit. First of all, because tanks are usually the one they're missing the most, and but I guess it works out. Dark Knight, because they're so burst-oriented, they have a decent amount of downtime where I can actually focus on mechanics, so I feel like I have a good bit of freedom there to focus on, you know, not dying. Dark Knight's weaknesses basically straight up don't matter in a raid setting, so that's nice. It's only an issue I have to be wary of if I ever use it in dungeons, and if I really have to, I can always just, and if it's real, but I've still done it. I mean, I leveled it through easy Qs and all those Qs and such. It's one of those, well, worst case scenario, I have some ways to handle this. Or if I just would rather, I can always just use Gunbreaker as well. There's a reason it's good to have options, which is also another reason I'd like to get as much as 100 as possible. Well, that, and I can save room in my armory, because at the end of the day, my armory has always been pushing the maximum like it's... has always been pushing the maximum like it is now. So being able to free up space by getting rid of anything below 100 will be very, very nice. Plus the mount you get for it's pretty cool too. It's basically that Robot Chua was using. And apparently it's actually listed as one of the rarer mounts so far. I guess it makes sense. It's a pretty big commitment to get all jobs to max a level, and it's a commitment that only becomes more and more significant as more jobs are added. One chicken, and I believe that will make the monkey show up. There we go. No monkey business. Those might actually... No, I don't remember. I remember it's earrings that I don't need anymore. Earrings basically make it completely unnecessary to have to use any earrings below max level, below the current expansion content. Here we are. Lots of AoE. Wonder what the next tank might be then. Ooh, maybe we want like Monk from Warcraft. That I did actually like Monk in that game, even though I'm not as big on this game, because the tank there, basically, the Monk tank in Warcraft basically converts all incoming damage. For their mitigations, they basically convert all incoming damage into a dot, which gives both them and the healer time to heal it up with their own skills. So a tank that focuses on that would be pretty nice, I think. Although I guess it might have to have some caveats like the can't die skills, where failed mechanic stuff will just still just bypass it. I guess that's to be expected, though. Alternatively, it could be... Well, I guess, are we going to be going hammers or masons? That's going to be the big question, isn't it? Could be something else too. I mean, Gunbreaker's the first Gunblade job. What's this? Let's do it this way. I could eat that raw, but I don't see a reason to at this point. Rolling skies. Could also make this easier on me. Here we go, time for the cinematic. Let's see here.
There.
Yeah, he just is there out of nowhere. I do think some people really don't like this dungeon, though, entirely because of this part. Because the boss just straight up goes untargetable for a moment. Oops. And you have to just wait for this stuff to go. I guess it did make a little more sense with Anima, just because Anima needs that dimension. Flames of Decay. That's a raid-wide, so let's make this a bit easier for the team.
I will not hold back.
Those few extra seconds the upgraded Dawntrail gives really help more than you think.
You cannot stop us!
Probably don't even need to mitigate that, but who cares? There we are. Nice. Ishtola leveled. Here we are, Orogeny. It's the off-global cooldown that's an AoE instead of a single target, but at the cost of less damage. But it does not fall off, I notice. Dang, I see the end of the rest XP again. Again, it's been ages since actually, I guess this expansion, I've seen that a handful of times now, haven't I? Dark Knight weapon, eh? Not bad, actually. Should probably update the glamour plate. There we are. The Midas outfit. We should make a bit of room here. Probably should treat those better too, but oh well. Scouting. Those might actually be useful, so I'm gonna keep those for now. Wait, no, I probably aren't. I'll worry about it later, I guess. For now, I'm gonna at least go to the end of my rested XP.
My friends, heed me. These are children of darkness. Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
Having both black mages in the party really helps out. I imagine Cryle's gonna be pretty good too, since Picto has a ton of AoE as well.
If this is the only way.
I did the Baldessian Arsenal as Picto, actually. Oh wow, double bot hit. Luckily it was on point. Thank you, bot. Thank you, Automod. Actually, I think this is the only spicy... Yeah, this is the only spicy pull in the entire run, so I think we're in good shape. As long as I can mitigate this, we're in good shape. So it looks like the new AoE off OGCD is a gain on 3. Alright, it's a gain on 3, so I want to use a single target. Let's deal with that real quick. There we are. Trust don't mind me doing a little housekeeping.
If I may. You cannot stop us! There.
I will not help that.
You cannot stop us!
I didn't even need to mitigate that. Alpino at my back. That's a raid wise, let's mitigate that for the team. I don't really need to since the dungeons are pretty easy here. Yeah, I don't need to mitigate that.
Hold still.
That actually hurt a good bit. Protect the team.
There.
I will not hold back.
Got it. I'm not gonna bother mitigating that.
Allow me.
This pass.
Yeah, I don't want to waste the. I don't think we should waste the LB there. I already have boots offending, huh? Well, whatever.
What is this vile?
I just need to watch out for the body, pants, and arms because again, this is where the gear starts getting better than the tome stuff. So this is gonna really help. Can I actually go further than this? No, I can't actually. How mildly disappointing.
You cannot stop us.
Okay, you guys, take this from me. Yeah, this dungeon has a lot of messed up stuff going on.
may.
I'm gonna have to do this dungeon one last time. No, do at least one for you.
I will not hold back.
I don't think this pull is particularly spicy, even when I'm smart and remember to actually get both of them. Yeah, this pull's not spicy at all.
I will not hold back.
This last mitigation should last through the rest of the last of the end. Also, it won't hurt having a full heal immediately. I'm not gonna do all the trust runs on stream, but it does feel nice getting at least most of these through here, especially since I managed to get everyone to 91. Then again, I guess they, instead of a tank, they could bring a healer for the next expansion, although that would mean tank's gone quite a while without a new one.
Allow me.
This far.
Darn, I was a little late there.
I will not hold back.
Alright, so yeah, I need to be very wary about getting greedy here.
You cannot stop us!
I like how he's all. Yeah, I don't think I needed to mitigate that. I'm good. I need to go in here early. There we go. Now I'm good. Forward. Ooh, Sorrel offending. That's an upgrade, actually. Everything else here can be pretty quick, I think. Terminus Twitcher. Ooh, whatever this copper wanted. Ring of Bending, fortunate. Oh, wow. The entire team got... I was wondering what happened there. The entire party got petrified. That's funny. I've never seen all three of them petrified at once. Here we are. Excellent. This pillar will make a nice bridge. This stuff is really crazy. I'm glad we were able to stop the final days before it spread too far. If I remember right, it started in Thavnair, of course, Raza'an in Thavnair, of course, but it only barely got to Charlian before we finally won, so it was not nearly as bad as it could have been. Gain on 2 or not. Now that's something I can easily tear apart for easy points. Easy. worry about selling all this stuff later.
Gloves are off.
That's great. Why let's just get rid of that. Let's mitigate that. Less for Alpha Node to have to do, the better, I guess. Nice. Crumbling sky.
I will not hold back.
Nice. No damage taken at all. Darn it. Whatever. This is gonna be a few seconds anyway, so it's probably my best interest to have gotten a little bit of my burst out. I probably want to mitigate that.
You cannot stop us!
Don't want to accidentally flatten Graha. Crap, I just realized it's grazing. So that's probably going to be very bad.
The mark.
Valga Culver? What's that? That's a machinist gun. Unfortunately, I'm already done with machinist, or at least for this. Machinist is still 90, so it needs to go up. These might be good for lamps. I'll keep that. first of all, repair everything. Yeah, these pants are actually an upgrade, as is the jacket. Oh, this actually doesn't look half bad, I guess. I guess I'll think about it. It's heavy. It's not too heavy of armor. Oh, it's bearing midriff too. That's really rare among tank gear. See how it looks with the boots as they normally look. Yeah, not a fan of the pants or boots, if we're honest. But the top, definitely has potential. Now let's see here. Oh, not there. Right, I'm doing trust still, aren't I? I should only need to do this one more time. Then I'll probably do one of the Hyperborea, and then call it.
My friends, heed me. These are children of Shadowbringers, you got a one-time breathe. Trust will always match your level for the dungeon you're doing. That way you can do it for story, but after that, if you ever wanted to do it with Trust again, you had to actually level them. I guess to encourage using them more if you wanted to do it without players. However, that didn't really work in Endwalker, since that would require people leveling not only through Shadowbringers content, but also Endwalker, so they decided whatever, we'll just separate duty support and trust. Which unfortunately means there's not much reason to use trust over Duty Finder most of the time. Even though, as mentioned, the trust avatars do actually learn new skills as you level them. You do get alternative outfits too, so that's another thing, but it does mean that duty support can actually get creative with the kinds of teams that can come with you, that's for sure. That's why Kits' Hyperborea is so popular, because they manage to give you a unique team that can't really happen anywhere else. Home gang. Here we are. I love Graha's energy. It's definitely a favorite among the trusts, but I have to level them all if I want them to be achievement and stuff. appreciate how the Intel scope has made a lot of efforts to really feel like the entire journey from the reference there. I think that's one of the things that made me disappointed with the Warcraft was that when I decided to play for the first time during Shadowlands, which if you have your finger on the pulse of that fan base for any degree, you probably learned that Shadowlands was strongly disliked. And a big part of that was that they, despite it taking place in the afterlife, they don't actually have very many characters from the previous story show up, even though they should. And Telescope is just one dungeon, but they put a lot of effort into making as many callbacks as they could. And yeah, that does mean it gets delayed a good bit just to show them all, but at the same time, well, it doesn't feel like it was wasted in any way. They said we're going to the 14 afterlife, you're gonna see people in the afterlife. Yeah, I know, it's kind of the fact they cap at 60 really does show they kind of ran out of ideas or abandoned it or something at basically around Heaven's Ward. Maybe they couldn't think of anything else to do with it, I don't know. Aside from getting you captain rank, it doesn't really offer much, unfortunately. Still, Jasper has been playing the Warcraft expansion and says it's actually been really, really good. That's good. Maybe need to mitigate that. Why'd I bother? Oh well. I thought maybe they'd have you bring the Grand Company, maybe your Chocobo, and maybe certain NPCs as for what it would end up being, the trust system. That was kind of close. I just kind of hope they add some more to it. Because like I said, well, I know Wilclamot's a kind of a controversial character. The fact of the matter is we only have Thancred as a tank. Although I guess next time we might get someone added who is. Since they need to have someone to advertise the new jobs, like how Kryl advertised Pictomancer. Unless it's a healer, in which case, that's how the tank mains are gonna feel about that, that's for sure. Here we are. That's okay, yeah, that's gonna be a lot easier. Although I guess in general, it does feel like we're lacking in melee characters. I'm not even gonna mitigate that.
Hold still.
Good luck, Alphino. Here we are. We're also missing melee DPS, because right now the only melee is actually Estinian. Everyone else is either, pretty much everyone else is a mage, actually, because Alisei's a red mage, Grahan, the Y'shtola are functionally black mages. Kryl is a Pictomancer. I wouldn't mind.
Allow me.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah, I wouldn't mind Black Cat or Wicked Thunder from the raids joining us. Heck, at this point, I'd even take Honeybee. Yeah, just so I have some melee here, since Honeybee uses a spear, so it should probably be melee. Black Cat would probably be a monk. Eutrope, I don't know. There's no, Eutrope struck me as kind of a technomancer with what she did. That could be cool. Although some suggested Econo might be a nice addition. He'd still be ranged, but he would be a physical range, and we don't have a bard yet. In fact, the only bard we've had is on duty support. Yeah, he'd be a nice addition too. Although I imagine he and crap. He and Walk are gonna be stuck with the lease treatments, basically, where they're going to be very busy. They're gonna be busy with plot stuff, so they won't be able to join adventure, which is unfortunate. But I don't know. Would have been nice to keep Zero too, since Zero was also a melee physical. And if they kept her now, they should actually be a tank option as well, alongside Thancred, although he'd also be another flexible one, just like Graha. Although I do still find it really weird that Zero is a trust, but only for the level 90 stuff. You can't bring him to the leveling, which makes me think, what purpose is there then? Because what you're usually going to be using trusts for is specifically to avoid DPS queues, because while it does like half an hour to do a trust run, and for DPS that can be as long as it takes to wait for a queue to pop, so I'm not sure why they added her only to allow her there for the level 90 dungeons, which you usually be going to do for roulettes or the story, and that's it. And for story, it's gonna again be duty support. Although she is somewhat, again, she is one I wouldn't mind joining up with the trusts on a more long-term basis. Specifically so that I can unlock the, what's it called? To get that rank up so I can buy the lock boxes for the random minions and such. I'm probably gonna want to do it as a tank, so I should probably do it before maxing out level for a warrior or paladin, simply because, again, as with trusts here, they're really, really slow if you're anything other than a tank to full. Then again, you're going to be... They can only do stuff from Realm Reborn. They can't even do Heaven Ward content. Yeah, which is another reason I'm kind of disappointed they kind of just left the squadrons to rot there. I get there's not enough time to just have everything be equally relevant, so they have to make choices, but... And again, I do think that what they learned from there is what eventually led to the trusts here as we know them, because they do work very similarly. Here we are. I'm just gonna home gang this for ease of use. Now that feels good, just watching the HP go from 1 to max in one go. Now that's satisfying.
especially weird because you really do have to go through a fairly involved process in order to get the members of your squadron. You have to interview them, go through their applications and all that. It's really neat stuff that basically you never see if you don't bother with any Grand Company stuff. Then again, maybe it's intentionally meant to be only for people who care about it, kind of like how Eureka doesn't really get any content updates. So even like me doing the Beldessian Arsenal, that was entirely because I felt like it. I went as Pictomancer, by the way. As much as I love... Well, first of all, the tank slots were filled, so that was an option. But also, as much as I love Reaper, anything below 80 doesn't feel very good because the whole reason I love Reaper is the Enshroud, the super mode, and that doesn't get unlocked till level 80. Incidentally, you unlock the job the job starts at level 70, so you have to go with the 10 levels of not having it, so that was rather annoying. Meaningless destruction. I appreciate about this game compared to Warcraft is that it doesn't really remove any content unless it's specifically seasonal or crossover that they obviously can only have as long as the license lasts, like the Yokai Watch thing. There we are. When I started Warcraft during the Shadowlands expansion, I did like what was already there, I will say that, but I'll also say that there was quite a bit I couldn't even think about trying because it was only available in the expansion, which was relevant. Low-key mucking up my rotation.
Allow me.
Alright, it's taking the fire siphon this time. There we are. Yeah, it gets bubbled, then try to be greedy. This time. Excellent. Level up. I could just leave now, but again, I'm going to want as much of a buffer as I can get simply because the trusts do not... they're leveling quickly now because Endwalker content is no longer recent content. As soon as I start bringing them into Dawntrail, they're going to level significantly much more slowly. And the Dawntrail dungeons are actually fairly tricky, as I mentioned, so I won't be able to farm them quite as quickly as these, which, well, the thing that makes these slow is largely the cinematic parts, where it gives the story alongside the dungeon stuff.
Oh boy, the party was stoned. Whatever, I can handle this on my own for a little bit. Go ahead and weaken their attacks a little bit, which should help. There we are. Whatever's in here, I want it. Bracelet of Healing. Half gloves. Don't need this. Striking. Don't need this. These ranks have been here since Realm Reborn when I first started, which is 2.2, but you've never been... Well, you were stuck as Second Flame Lieutenant, Second Lieutenant, only maxing out at Captain shortly after Squadrons, really.
I will not hold back.
It was only recently they added the lock boxes to try and give you more incentive to more value out of the seals, which I think is fine. The other main thing you can get out of them is well, materials for older relics, older artifacts, relic weapons. Yeah, they each have a different name in each expansion, but the fan base just calls them relics. On that note, I do look forward to the Dawntrail ones. Since Pick Domancer doesn't have any yet, the options are slim pickings, really. As was Reaper.
You cannot stop us.
But it's going to be getting a bit more, I think. And if you recall, I was specifically using the Manderville scythe, so clearly adding a relic weapon can add a lot to the options available. Desynthesize the earrings, because again, any earring below 90 is unnecessary content for me. Time to bring it all home. I successfully saved the party from potential disaster. I do not need to mitigate this, so I'll just take with a massive HP. Here we are.
mages are doing pretty well. Oh, nice. I got my full burst into there. Highly effective defensive maneuver. Oh. It's kind of funny how the other tanks very clearly create shields of some kind, but for Warrior, it's just a highly effective maneuver is protecting you. Hard to believe going from 10 seconds to 15 seconds with the upgrade is such a strong upgrade, and yet it is. Yeah, I actually do need to mitigate this. Actually, I guess I could have Valkyrie there. Oh no, I've got 2 Vuln stacks. That might have potentially killed me, and it wasn't worth the risk. I think mitigating that for everyone's a good idea. I don't think the trusts are at any risk of dying, but I certainly might be. There we are. I can't believe I almost messed that up. Excellent. Palika Gunblade. As they really are pushing me to level tanks now. Well, that's good. That's good. Once I do get to 100, I can basically throw out any tank gear that's not level 100. Ooh, Cassetos gear. What does this look like? Oh wow, neat. It has a little axe on it instead of a blade. The Palika gear will probably get reused as crafting gear later, but being able to dye this stuff looks nice. As per usual, how does it look in pastel pink? Actually not half bad. At least they weren't cowards with this outfit and actually let it bear midriff. Do I still have the Picto one? Actually, am I keeping this for glam gear? I mean, I'm fine putting it in my glam closet, I guess. I lost my train of thought. Great. Setos mask is definitely one to put in the gland closet once I'm done with it, though. Oh yeah. War. Picto. Do I have the main Picto outfit? Yes, I do. As you can see, this looks like has a regular shirt and coat. On the female version, it has midriff. I was wondering why they were so cowardly as to not give males midriff. I don't know if it'd work for my outfit, but I'm sure there's plenty for whom it would. But good they were not cowards with this one, especially on tank gear. Would not have expected them to be willing to do that on tank gear. Alright, Vespati, now Kitsis Hyperborea. I'm getting tired and it's good ways in, so... And I'm also completely out of rested XP. I probably shouldn't be doing this, but who cares? Kitsis Hyperborea. One last run, and then I'm calling it. Oops, bump my headset again. Gotta love the music here. And I do like that they
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
And the nice thing about going with the duty support was I was able to actually read all these things here. Alright. Alright, now to the cats. Panther, Centers and Panthers. Of course. Full heat. If I remember, the tank gear for this area doesn't look half bad. Then again, it is armor stuff, and I usually go for thick robes over proper armor. Hence why I use the near raid crossover stuff, just because that's a leather coat. Damn fine leather coat. Yeah, my own heals are pretty strong.
If I may.
If I may.
Honestly, that's part of the reason why I'm Warrior here, just because Warrior has so much self-sustain that even if Alphino falls behind a little, I have some options to take care of it. It's why I had to bring... Although I will at least say that Yuri Anje is actually pretty good. I was with Paladin and him, and I actually didn't need to use Clemency very much at all, which is rather impressive given what I was expecting. You just have to be careful because Alphino's AI prioritizes Alice over all else, including the tank. Which is why I always go out of my way to make sure they are never in the party at the same time. Or at least as long as I'm tank. I also think he prioritizes the player after her before anyone else, but since I'm playing tank, that's not a problem. He can prioritize me as much as he feels like. Strawberry Ether's still showing. Is this Vanish? Y'shtola just casually moves over. That's true. Y'shtola doesn't look using good vision. She doesn't use her eyes. She sees through Ether.
You cannot stop us!
I'll say, whom she'll pop a limit break. Yeah, well, I don't mind if I'm playing tanks that I don't get the physical limit break anyway. Plus, starting at Endwalker, she actually gets a unique one. I'm guessing to help justify its use a little more.
Gloves are off.
I'm looking forward to seeing how Trial works. I've seen her a bit in the duty support, but you haven't learned anything yet. Vanished. It's a footprints. I appreciate that the Trusts do have unique dialogue here. Yeah, that was too much, unfortunately. Too long of a delay, I mean. So I lost my berserk. Oh well. You'll never see stage 2 limit breaks per round. She waits for the stage 2 one if it's available. I'll just use this to weaken. Here we are. You know, I'm just gonna eat this raw. Good luck, Alphino. Yeah, that. Oh, I parried it. That's why. Well, the bigger the hit, the more the parry mitigates, which is quite nice. Damn it! Yeah, even though none of these trusts canonically go to the Kitsus Hyperborea, it's kind of nice they all have unique dialogue for it. Mask of Maiming. Once again, I do not need, I'll deal with all these later. Yeah, I don't need that. All my maiming jobs are level 100. Dragoon and Reaper are at 100. Which is nice. I guess this is the second expansion after Stormblood, where I actually... no, after Shadowbringers, where I end up maiming the same thing I did in the previous expansion, because Red Mage was my main for Stormblood and Shadowbringers, and Endwalker and now Dawntrail is where I've been maiming Reaper. I have gotten... Now, obviously, I have gotten Red Mage back up to 100, which is good, but I will say I'm not a fan of how much weaving it has now. The reason I swapped from Ninja to Red Mage was, well, first of all, Red Mage was more fun, but also Ninja started having a ridiculous amount of weaving, and given it was all about a speed boost, which is no longer there anymore, actually, it felt a bit overwhelming. It's also why I'm kind of hesitating to give Monk a go.
Stay away!
I think I'm using, oh yeah, I think I used too many mids there. Crap. Well, this will be fine, I guess. I'm about to I got a full heal now. Aha! Alright, this mitigation should last. Where? You. Oh, yeah. That's a good use of Berserk, I'd say. On that note, I'm surprised we didn't get a Berserker class at any point. We even fought one before. Then again, the Hero's Gauntlet was something everyone thought might be hinting towards future jobs, but none of them really manifested, honestly. Except, unless you count Rogue for Thief. Some are still holding out hope for a proper Thief class instead of just Rogue, but Rogue has been given... Rogue is pretty much a Thief in everything but name. They get the Mug ability, they get the boosted speed and all that. They upgrade to Ninja. Yeah, that bracelet I definitely don't need. All my casters are level 90 or up, so no point anything here. Ooh. Alrighty, let's go. None of these are... I don't think any of the pulls in this particular dungeon I describe as particularly spicy, unfortunately. Now, that's not to say I can't die, because I am I could be a complete ignoramus and fail. Dang, Alphino just pull out a big-ass heal. Nice. Yeah, like I said, the Trust genuinely learn new skills, so it is absolutely... So if you see yourself using them for whatever reason, it is worth your time to do so. Got my own heal to help out if needed.
You cannot stop us!
Oh, shame, indeed. Even I didn't realize Alpha No got got a strong heal like that. Don't need that. All my healers are 90 up. Here we are. You got this, Alpha No. I don't need to do anything here. Speaking of trust, I did actually look it up, and it turns out Crystal Exarch and Graha both have completely different voice lines. I mean, it makes sense taking place in different parts of the timeline, but it's kind of interesting. Oopsie.
You cannot stop us!
Oh, it's Alpha No, not Graha. Which one of you does it, as long as someone does it. Truth be told, the reason I use the break dungeons as often as I do is because I've run into so many DPS that just seem allergic to the LB button that even if I'm
You cannot
a
stop
single
us!
target like Reaper, I'd rather use on one of the mid bosses or something rather than just only use on the last 1% of the last boss. And obviously if I'm something with an AoE, I'll do that, but I'm not quite at my buddy's point yet, but I'm starting to, whenever I do up as a tank, and I don't see the DPS using it, I'm alright, one DPS Limit Breaker, I will.
You cannot
Usually
stop
that
us.
gets them to do it. Fan braces offending. Yeah, I've already got those. After Strange in Paradise, I was gonna say time bubbles, also not killing chaos. It's the fiends we made along the way. Yeah, I watched a streamer I like, let's play through that. It had some pretty neat ideas, but I don't think it handled its choice particularly well. I'm also not sure why they hated the memes on it. Like, after the first trailer had the Chaos spawn, the Chaos meme, all the remaining ones never mentioned it once. And it's not like that's not accurate to Jack's character. I mean, when someone suggested Chaos might not actually be a person, it looked like he was about to cry. that said, I am feeling a bit of Souls-like fatigue after the Elden Ring DLC. So even though I know some friends of mine have been going on and on about how great Black Myth Wukong is, I'm probably not going to be playing that on stream or off stream. Yeah, nothing against it. Just again, just feeling the Souls-like fatigue after that, and I don't want to go through that again. I've had some try to tell me it's not, but well, I guess Souls-like has never really been a particularly well-defined genre. Like, is Stranger in Paradise Souls-like, or is it just action RPG? What separates Souls-like from action RPG? Does it just need the dodge roll? Like, Sekiro does not have a dodge roll at all, but it's pretty much universally agreed to be Souls-like. It has a dodge, but you have no iframes during it whatsoever. It's used for actual dodging. The game itself is pretty parry-focused. I already have Bracelet of Aiming? Yeah, it's more Tenchu sense. Oh yeah, it's my understanding Sekiro is basically the spiritual successor to Tenchu, another FromSoft series about ninjas.
Hear their answers, for they're expunged from existence.
I have to see if the original Tenchu is still around just to give it a try. And I will say I did like how the protagonist of the Sekiro Wolf actually had a decent bit of character to him. It does limit you a bit since you can't make your own builds of any kind, but that's because Wolf is a savage character with a personally preferred fighting style. He's a ninja. He prefers fighting like a ninja. That game also felt like, in many ways, that game actually felt like a 3D Metroidvania, especially since I was actually able to go to a number of areas surprisingly early. And in fact, there were some benefits to have done so. That is, going before the game actually told me to. So there's neat finding stuff to discover there. I forget if my AoE's a gain on 2, but well, YOLO. Sekiro felt like one of the most legitimately difficult games I've played, but also one of the most fair about it. Even the final boss, when he kicked my ass over and over again, it just felt, oh dang, I could have easily gotten away with that if I'd done this or whatever. Well, I guess I have mentioned, it feels like how hard a game is isn't as big a deal as much as how quickly you can get back into it. If you know what you're doing, you can even do some fancy stuff like animation cancels and such in Sekiro, so it's more than just parrying. You can do a lot of ridiculous things that even Elden Ring doesn't have. Rapid and Steel, I have heard of that one, yeah. When we were discussing what games to play in our for the team might go with each week, we were even discussing it at some point, but it was vetoed. I guess it makes sense to trust don't have much to say to Hermes.
I require. Lust and gale, gather to me.
Right, I can actually interrupt one of his skills. I need to really pay attention to that.
Ancient brand, unleash your power.
I messed that up really bad, and now he has a damage bonus. Yeah, that hurts a lot more now. Ow, 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 ow.
Screams of ether! Surge is one!
At least it's only for one attack, but dang, it's not often these days we run into a boss with something you can actually interrupt.
There.
Most mystery's been solved. I guess the big question left is, what's our
Dancing
past
wind!
self doing?
Pierce my foe!
He just bonked me. I was not expecting to go. Alright, there we go. I interrupted it. I actually paid attention this time. Isn't that lovely? Yeah, see, that doesn't hurt nearly as much when he doesn't get his damage buff. In fact, using it twice meant it really would have hurt if I hadn't interrupted it.
Stars on high! Fall and rain! Even when transformed, I am not finished yet.
Limit time. Excellent. Enhanced Onslaught. 3 charges now. Oh my. Cassetto's small sword. Excellent. I hit level 88. The trusts, you gain. Where the trusts gain? Well, no problem. I can just open up the trust real quick to check. Yeah, they got a decent amount here. Not... They got a little bit amount, yeah. I definitely need to make a buffer because there's a lot of them to level. The same, if you haven't... I guess I can show it off real quick. Well, first things first, repair everything, please. At least once I get to level 89, I can also get the warrior gear, which is going to be good, I think. Oh, nice. There's one already in the glam dresser. Several other cooperative games, Hellcard, Rayman, Legends, Sentinels. Yeah, it's a bit tricky for us to decide on stuff, largely because we each have different ideas of, well, we're trying to make it so that we only play anything that all 3 of us agree on, because we don't want it to be to choose something that the last one's just gonna hate. So we basically just agreed it has to be unanimous among all 3, or we won't play it. We've had a few options like that. Like, we did all end up agreeing with Core Keeper. We'll probably be doing that again soon.
That's also in fact that's actually the reason I didn't really want to start a new game yet, because we might be doing it tomorrow on top of our usual weekly night. So, and if so, I didn't want to start another long-term story game. Like I still need to get around to Half-Life 2 and then the episodes. And yeah, I do know those end on a cliffhanger and all that, but that's how it goes sometimes, I guess. Skirt offending. Guess I can keep that if need be. Never hurts to have some more glam options. Finally got around to it, huh? Oh yeah, my list is huge in terms of stuff that I really need to get around to. I think it might be worth my time to just correct this real quick. Actually, let's do this one. There we are. We'll bring it to the Midas gear rather than the cloak stuff. I think it works a bit better for warrior and paladin anyway. Maybe for paladin it would work either way. That's good. It's fine. Good. Alright, this will be fine. True endgame moment was fashion. Oh yeah, fashion is true endgame. Alright. Well, that's going to be all for tonight. Until next time, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.